Hi, welcome everybody. I would like to call to order the August 4th Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission meeting. Welcome everyone. Jerry, could I ask you to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Would you all please stand and join me in my pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And Peggy, could you do roll call for us? Amari.
No worries. Commissioner Elman?
Here.
Commissioner Warner?
Here.
Commissioner Maroney?
Here.
Vice Chair Tullis?
Here.
Chair Horowitz?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. And city announcements, Brian.
All right, good evening, Chair, Commission. We'll go ahead and load up the slide for our upcoming city events. I'll call up to the stage our special events and filming coordinator, Austin, who kick us off. Apologies, just 1 second. We're getting the slideshow loaded up here.
Thank you. This past weekend, we had the International Surf Festival on July 31st through August 2nd. We have the Hermosa Beach Triathlon coming up this weekend on August 9th, along with California Volleyball Association volleyball tournament on August 9th as well, north of the Pier volleyball courts. On August 14th through the 16th will be the sidewalk sale in Pier Plaza and surrounding downtown areas. On August 14th through the 16th, will be beach tennis tournaments at the beach tennis courts. And on August 29th will be AAU's High School Boys Beach Volleyball League matches north of the Pier volleyball courts. Next slide, please. On August 16th, we have our city-hosted excursion going to Catalina Island. Registration is currently full. However, feel free to join our waitlist if any availability comes about. We're looking forward to this excursion. It should be another fun day at Catalina Island. I'll now pass it on to Parks and Recreation Manager Brian Sousa to go over the theater events.
Thank you, Austin. Next slide, please. Upcoming theater productions inside the community theater. We have Family Theater, which is currently occupying the theater for Alice in Wonderland Jr. This is the second installment of their summer camp. On August 16th, we have Fifth Row performing their annual recital on August 16th. Hope Chapel Movie Night will be on August 28th. Join us for this community movie night event. And lastly, on August 30th, we have the Ethiopian Poetry Night. And for the second story theater, we have passed on August 1st, we had the Whitewater Film Screening, a private film screening. Upcoming this Saturday on August 8th, we have April Fool's Comedy Improv. And on August 9th through 16th, the 22nd through 23rd, and 29th through 30th, we have Angel Vision's theatric performance. And for more information on our upcoming theater events and how to renovate or reserve the theater, you can visit our website, hermosabeach.gov/theater. Next slide. And then new to our city presentations, we're now including upcoming events with our city partnerships. First is the Friends of the Library on August 13th. You can join them for an evening with James Salcida. And for more information on that, you can visit the Friends of the Library of Hermosa Beach website. And on August 22nd, the Hermosa Beach Museum up at the Community Center is hosting their 10th annual gala, which is one of their biggest fundraising events of the year. And that concludes our upcoming city event slide.
Thank you, Brian and Austin. We will move ahead to presentations, beginning with AAU Hermosa Beach. Denny? Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My favorite commission. You got my slide? Yeah. Great.
Denny, while we're loading your presentation, do you want to tell us about any upcoming AU events or signups?
Look at, we're off and running. Looks like we're off and running. Hey, Brian.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. It was not the 30th AAU, it was 33rd. Something got lost in the, okay. Yes, I noticed that right before I got here. Okay, fun times. But yes, 33rd, which is great to think of this going on for that long, older than my youngest child even. Next, please. Founded in 1994, right here in Hermosa Beach. So that's when we launched, and not long after, others came, and you got what you got now, which is, as I've mentioned before, like the Williamsport, Pennsylvania, of baseball you guys are to beach volleyball. Kids from all over the country want to come here, and they are coming here. Next, please. So we went July 13 through 20 on your courts, and I thought the setup was great. We partnered with Day at the Beach per usual, and Mark did a great job getting the courts ready. Next, please. So one of the important things that's happened, it's a good development for, I think, all of us, is that our executive committee, this is the volleyball executive committee for the AAU that runs the world's largest volleyball tournament. That's the one, the indoor in Orlando, that has 8,000 teams and is $1 billion impact on Central Florida. They were virtually all out here and out again for the second time. They came last year, observed, came this year, made good modifications to the tournament, more support, and fell even more in love with your city and what they want to support even more what we're doing here. Next, please. The person on the left is the chairperson. That's Joe Gura of the AAU volleyball. The person on the right is Olympian Miles Partain, and a couple of our people that are working with us now at the site. Miles Partain was there to hand out medals along with some other distinguished guests. Next, please. So our programming, we spread out, I think, about 400 in that area of different athletes and teams mixed up in anything from a Beach Nation clinic where Division I coaches were running them through drills to the club, Nationals Club, where you have 5 versus 5 or 3 versus 3. And we had a big growth in that department this year. And then what we primarily have been doing for the last few years is parish nationals. So that's where our different styles of programming. So a couple of things that are really interesting, I think, that you should know as a city, that not only have you built this place where everybody comes and enjoys your city, enjoys your beach, but in our particular case, we now have 2 pathways internationally for players that are recognized out of these national championships to go. So we'll be sending 2 girls that played in this to the King and Queen of the Beach in Utrecht, the Netherlands. That's to play against professional athletes. That's a professional tour, and we have a unique relationship with Miramar that allows us to enter amateurs into that tournament. So they qualify by way of this, and then we also have identified and qualified teams that'll go to the International School Sport Federation, ISF, championships in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, be part of their gymnasiad. So again, these are all be people that come from this area. I think actually all of them will be South Bay athletes, but they're identified here at the national championships to go internationally. And those international experiences between those young people are really important. I think it's really a great way of all of us to support the next generation, get them an opportunity to meet others from other countries. One of the other things we do is recognize a player of the year. It's a single player that stands out amongst our country, right? This is in line, it's similar in nature to like the Heisman Trophy, but it's our singular player that's recognized, and we take our cue from the Sullivan Awards. Sullivan Awards, AAU award since 1930 to the top collegiate or Olympic athlete. We've taken our cue off of the beach, and we've had as many as 3 future Olympians that have won that award. The girl that won this award comes to us, Malanakai Padilla from Hawaii. It's our first winner from Hawaii that has won this award. One of the events we run is on the island of Oahu. From that event, the teams qualify and win free entry into the Hermosa Beach. So a lot of times you hear them chanting Hermosa, Hermosa in their huddles. She is one of those, and she won our national championships last year. She came in second this year, and then she won a bunch on the island and elsewhere. So it was a good moment, and it really got a lot of traction with the headline, of course, at the 33rd AAU Hermosa Beach National Championships in the state of Hawaii. It got picked up on virtually all the islands. She's going to be going to Stanford, and it got really good traction out there. So it's yet another way I think I see Hermosa is spreading. We also hand out the Roger Gowdy Award. Roger Gowdy was instrumental in helping build the AAU program, and we named an award after him, and that goes to the top club that accumulates the most points via all those different disciplines in a formula that we tabulate the votes, and for the 6th time, MB Sand, right down the road, has taken the championship. So they get to keep all those balls. All right, we want to just acknowledge we had the LA Galaxy soccer celebration come over our dates. I thought everything went well. I went to my national office, asked for extra security just in case, didn't know exactly how everything would go. So we did. We had 2 to 3 security guards each day, in addition to the ones at night. They also, I thought, did a really nice job of controlling their crowd. And it really made for a fun atmosphere. So I'm glad that actually happened. We had many of the local businesses were our vendors on site this year. And then those are some of our partners that we, obviously AVP and BVCA and us all working together through Sandcourt Experts. Peer Pressure is a group that we are partnered with to try to give access to young athletes that don't have the economic means to get to a beach. And that's one of our groups that we're working with to do just that. And hopefully Hermosa will be a big part of that in the years coming forward. I saw the agenda, and I just want to speak in favor of the long-term agreement. I think it's made a big difference. It's really given us an opportunity to set dates in advance, which is really important. But it's these families that travel knowing when each event is and their ability to plan around that has made a big difference too. People don't have to keep saying, well, when are you this year? You know, that's really an important part of this. It's allowed for stability and growth, and I just like to speak in favor of that. And there's our different partners that we had with us on the beach, and I think we're almost there to wrap this presentation up. One more, maybe? Oh, our media report. We did pretty well. Over 1 million views during our national week, a couple of million within 90 days of it, preceding all the way through, and then nearly 80% non-followers picking up and following us. We do the best we can to collab with the city of Hermosa Beach, as well as any of our other partners that are out there. So each year, our media report's getting stronger. And I put in a blank page.
It's
Did
a
I
thank
say
you.
goodbye? No
It's a thank you
salutations.
page.
No? All right. Okay. That might be about it. It might have just said
It just said thank you.
for more information. Yeah, thank you. That was probably it, yes.
Yeah. Thanks, Jenny.
Sure.
I'm going to turn it over to the commissioners, see if they have any comments.
Well, before, you have another couple programs that you're working on for this, later this year. Do you
Yeah.
have 2 minutes that you can share that with us?
Sure. One that we've already presented, my wife actually carried the baton that time while I was in China, but that has to do with collegiate championships that I think will be really successful, and it's in the good part, I think, of the year for the businesses, and we'll work to partner with the chamber on that. But two other things our executive committee mentioned to me and pushed support, and that would be one, I'd like to put forward as soon as possible before you a combined type of beach club between AU and Hermosa. I want to go through all the proper protocol and make it something that allows for us to open the beach more often to those that can't afford the normal rates that are associated with beach clubs. And to that tune, the AAU has said that they'd like to sponsor as many as 60 athletes that can go through that program. That would require, that would include training with our beach clubs. I'd like to embrace some of the local coaches and professional athletes here to give them extra line of income. But the AAU will support 60 of those boys and girls that normally wouldn't be able to afford the program. And we'd like them to participate in a club with those that can, and then eventually play in the tournaments and just spread this great sport to them. So that's one that I'll put forward. And then one of the things I really liked, as mentioned, was the build out that the LA Galaxy had in the middle. And so I went to the committee and said, I'd like to elevate our event by perhaps giving an opportunity for our local pros to play in a tournament if we were to assume the cost and build that same build next year, because we've shown that we can work off that template, to put a good court in the middle of that and still have a stage and the LED screen and have a pro tournament that would basically go over 3 days within the middle of it, but in limited hours. And as our juniors come down, we would build up, hopefully, pros and give them an opportunity to play 3 of those evenings, early evenings, and also utilize that stage. So I put that in an email before Lisa, but I also, thank you, Barbara, wanted to get a chance to just put that forward now. We'd like to elevate the event so it almost becomes more like a festival as well, and a big celebration of what we're seeing on your beach.
Well, as usual, the program was excellent, and I really appreciate the peer pressure program because there's so many people that need help, and we know that
Sure.
there's so many people that don't make it down here. So thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Any other comments?
Yeah, just a quick one since we got a full room. Thanks. I mean, this is a wonderful event, and your ability to work with Galaxy was just off the charts that entire week. So
Good.
thank you.
Very good.
Yeah, just relative to last year, I know there were a few areas identified for improvement from Hermosa's point of view in terms of cleanliness of the restrooms, cleaning the trash cans, parking, information availability. You have any anecdotal?
Yeah,
like,
I'm actually glad you asked that. That was the key part of, we upgraded with our operations crew this year. And so we upgraded our ability to have both cardboard boxes and trash bags, and just did periodic sweeps with a larger than normal operations crew. So we really did have a clean site throughout. I know Jeff and BVCA do the same at their event as well. So I thought that went really well. Like, we didn't see overflowing trash cans this time around. I didn't notice any too many complaints or miscues with the parking. And I forgot what the other one you mentioned was.
I think it was just cleanliness of like the bathrooms over there
Yeah,
on either side.
that was fine. I know that there was a drain. You know, it's actually, that's why I like Hermosa. It's unlike other cities. What would that be? 14th Street bathrooms there. There was a pipe that had overloaded, and so somebody let me know about that. And I made a call, and she picked up, and she goes, "Oh, hi, Denny." And I go, "Well, we got a thing." "Okay, well, I'll put it in the report." And it was fixed within 2 days, 3 days. Like, that kind of stuff doesn't happen. You never get anybody on a call, and somebody kicks it to county, who kicks it to state, and it never gets solved. And those things, there's just an open line with the city of Hermosa that really makes growing a big event here much more manageable.
That's so nice to hear. Elka, did you have any questions or comments for Jenny?
Right on.
Denny, you're such a good partner. In the past, you've sent out a survey to your families and the participants. Are you still planning to do that?
Yeah, I think,
This year?
if I'm not mistaken, Lisa sent that to us last year.
Okay.
And then we shuttled it along. So if she sends that to us, we'll be sure to.
Okay, 'cause that was helpful. That was good information for us.
Absolutely.
Brian, you'll be sure that that gets out. Lisa's not here.
We'll make a note.
Thank you.
All right, terrific. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, moving on to our next presentation. Do we have, Brian, a representative here from AVP Junior?
I believe
Yes, we have
Via Zoom.
Jeff Conover on Zoom.
Hey guys, this is Jeff Conover. Can you hear me okay?
Hi, Jeff, we can.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Yeah, sorry I don't have a visual representation, but I do have some fun stats to rattle off for the group. Thank you again for letting us host this event. It was a huge success from our end. We thought it was a win-win with the city. We've enjoyed this great success with the other user groups working as a team with Mark Paloui's group on the joint setup. So this relationship has just worked out great for us the last couple of years. We ended up, our event timeline was July 22 to 26. So we were Wednesday through Sunday. We did 465 teams that represented 34 states, and actually 61% of those participants came from out of state. So we had great representation from local as well as throughout the country, bringing them to this great beach and unique opportunity. We had 14 referees, we had 4 tournament directors, 8 operations crew, and 4 administrators capturing content and making sure customer service was on point. We didn't send out a survey from City like last year, but we did send out a solicitation of our own to capture some information. So we had roughly 51.1% of players requiring a hotel. And that is not only out-of-state folks, but folks coming from 60 miles away. So a lot of folks were tapping into the local hotel scene with an average stay of 4 nights, an average of 3 people per room, and a daily local spend per traveler of $75. So we felt really good about what we contributed back to the city. We had a great overall event. We felt very supported by the community and the staff. Even on Saturday afternoon, I had someone from Parks and Rec give me a call directly and said, hey, is there anything we can do for you? Just want to make sure everything's up to par. So thank you to staff for making us feel the love and supported throughout the entire event.
Thank you, Jeff. That's a great report. Shout out to our staff. Thanks. Any comments or questions from our commissioners? Okay, let's start this way. Todd?
Yeah, similar question to Denny. On that survey you did, is there any major points of feedback for Hermosa in terms of ways we can improve and make this better for your participants?
I don't think so. I mean, like I said, we felt very supported. We would love to get to more of the local businesses and see if there's group meal rates or things that we can tap into along those lines for families. I think most are willing to help out. We just collectively haven't gone out as a group and gotten those deals in place. But everyone's eating locally already. We just want to try and provide a little bit of value back to those families who are spending 3+ weeks here. Other than that, everyone is so happy to be out here. We had a host of new families coming out that just thought, this is, like Denny referenced, this is the greatest thing, like Little League Baseball, Williamsport. And we're just very, very pleased with how everything's come together over the month of July for everybody.
Great, thanks.
Sure.
Tom or Barbara?
Just, I do agree that a lot of the families are eating out at the restaurants, and that's a wonderful thing. I've enjoyed talking to them, and Okay, and maybe pushing them to a couple of restaurants. But I like the idea of working with the chamber and seeing if you can come up with a program. I think that would benefit everyone. So thanks for the idea.
Sure thing.
That was going to be my suggestion. Reach out to the chamber, and they can probably help you put something together for your families.
That would be great. Yep.
All right. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for the presentation
Of course.
and your time.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to JVA BVCA post-event. Welcome.
How are we doing?
Good,
I
how are
think we
you?
have a video coming up. This is like singing karaoke after John Mayer because the two presentations are really good. So. Yeah, so thank you, Hermosa Beach. With the BVCA, we kick off the event, so I'm kind of in charge of the site plan, and the other organizations kind of follow. So my responsibility is kind of working with the lifeguards, and I want to give them high praise for kind of guiding us and what we need to do, and it's been great for the last 5 years. With Sandcourt Expert kind of leading the way and working with the lifeguards and making sure all that safety lane is going well. Another high praise I want to give out to is the Hermosa Police Department. I don't know if you guys heard, but we had some things out of our control, which they handled with such professionalism and was able to get our event back within an hour and a half of the first day. And really props to them for doing such a great job. Other cities, we would have probably been shut down for the whole day. So very happy with Hermosa Beach.
That's great. I'm sorry that happened, but it's nice to hear that it was resolved so quickly.
Yeah, it was really good. So
Terrific. Okay. I turn it over to the commissioners. You ready?
I like the music. Denny. Come on. No, I'm so sorry about that delay, but as you said, it was pretty impressive the way the police and the city were able to handle that. And you guys handled it really well, too. So thank you.
thank you.
Tom? To my left.
Yeah, same question as the others.
Yeah,
from
I
me.
mean, for me, since I'm the one that has to be there and kind of work with Mark, the only issue we have is there's like 3 courts around the bathrooms that the sand overflow from the winter keeps piling higher and higher and higher, and it gets really unbalanced, which I don't know if it's a Hermosa Beach problem. It might be something with whoever's running, controlling that aspect of the sand. I think maybe if we could be earlier to the game, because it's really stressful and we get there and we're like, oh man, we got to figure out how to get 2 feet of sand on this side of the court to balance it and make it even. That would be the only thing for us. And so maybe next year I should be working with the city earlier in the time frame and maybe coordinate, cost and what it's going to take. And I don't know what department works on that. I don't think it's City of Hermosa. It might be City of LA. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's a county of LA grooms the sand. There's some kind of coordination in terms of scheduling. I don't know the details, but yeah.
And every year is different. Some years it's good. Some years it's like, uh-oh, Mark, do your magic. So, and Mark does. Mark does a great job.
And then I did have another question about any arrangements or kind of connections you made with any local businesses. Was there any of that?
Yeah, we worked with Paradise Bowl. We host our social, our coaches social at the Underground So we work the Underground for the last 5 years, and they're a great host.
And when you do those things with local business, is it more them reaching out to you or you reaching out to them?
Well,
In your,
it's more connections. I've know
Yeah.
knowing who's the manager or general manager, just connections
Okay.
I've made over the last 20 years.
all right,
So,
thanks.
yeah. And then Hennessy's, we're always going to Hennessy's as our staff. And so, there's just kind of, you find these places that year after year, you just feel so welcome. You just keep going back. So,
It's great. It's nice to feel welcome, but don't be afraid to branch out too.
yes,
But
absolutely.
thank you, and that's good feedback about the beaches, so.
Yeah. And I will say the average family over a 5 to 7 day period spends $3,000 to $4,000. And then there's some parents that plan long term that will rent an Airbnb for $10,000 for the month and then stay for the whole month. These families are spending a lot of money. So, if we had 1,000 families come in just for our event for the week, that's $3 million. And they're doing the same thing. So I think the economic impact is somewhere between $10 and $12 million over the month of July for all these events, so which is really great.
Great. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And just to clarify, the sand maintenance is performed by LA County Beaches and Harbors, coordinated through our Public Works Department.
Okay. Thanks, Brian. And our next presentation, the International Surf Festival post-event. Welcome.
Hello, good evening. I'm Maria Bird. I'm the president of the International Surf Festival. The Surf Festival was established in 1963. Hermosa Beach was one of the original founders of the Surf Festival. It's an annual festival that lasts 5 days. It showcases our beautiful coastline and healthy beach culture. Events in Hermosa Beach take place on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Other participating cities are Torrance, Redondo Beach, and Manhattan Beach. This year we had wonderful weather. It was sunny, hot. The water was 75 degrees. The surf was nearly perfect. It was there was surf, but it was approachable. It was big enough, but it was still safe and approachable for the competitors. As far as attendance, on Friday night, we have lifeguard intercrew competition, and there were 252 competitors in that. On Saturday morning, there was a sand run with 184 runners. And in the morning also, there were dory boat races. There were 6 boats. That gives you 12 rowers. And there was a youth event just north of the pier, and there were 42 youths involved. And that evening, there was lifeguard tap-in, and we had 147 lifeguards and 96 junior lifeguards participating in that. And that included several other relays and a Coast Guard helo demonstration. On Sunday morning, there are the peer-to-peers. So there's the peer-to-peer paddle, which starts in Manhattan Beach at the pier and ends at the Hermosa Pier. And there were 37 paddlers. And then, of course, the peer-to-peer swim, which starts here in Hermosa Beach, ends in Manhattan Beach, and there were 1,069 swimmers. We estimate that there were well over 1,000 spectators for each day. We garnered a fair amount of media attention for newscasts. We had Spectrum News, KTLA News, CBS News. We had Fox Channel 11, and Fox Channel 11 had reporter Ed Lasco. He was live at the waterline interviewing competitors, so that was kind of fun. We had some newspapers on site, Easy Reader, Hermosa Beach Patch, LA Daily News, and the LA Times. We're very much looking forward to next year. We don't anticipate any changes in the schedule of events for next year. We have slated for Hermosa Beach next year, Friday, July 30th through August 1st for the competition days of Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. This event takes a tremendous amount of teamwork. I have a wonderful board that I work with. I have wonderful event coordinators, just a fleet of volunteers that are fantastic. Hermosa Beach is a wonderful, wonderful partner for us. It's been really lovely working with Kaylin, Lisa, Austin. I really appreciate all the work of the commission. everything's been very efficient and professional, and on behalf of the board, we really appreciate it. So that's it.
Thanks, Maria. You guys are great partners as well. How you keep everything so organized and running so smoothly is a testament to how you do it.
It's the team. It's the
It's a
team.
good team. Do any of my commissioners have any questions or comments? Barbara?
I like to go more just because it's like herding cats down there. You guys are amazing, and it's so much fun to watch. Every year, it is just like a rite of passage. So I know how hard it looks. So hard. So thank you for everything. We really, really appreciate the fact that so much of it is centered here in Hermosa.
Thank you. Yeah, it's wonderful to watch. It's really fun to participate too. If there's plenty of events.
Can you guess what question I'm going to ask? Is there anything the city can do to improve the experience for you or for the participants and spectators?
I feel like Hermosa is wonderful. I was very impressed. There were a few little hiccups that came up, and it was very easy to communicate with someone, even though it was on the weekend and a very busy weekend, and things were addressed promptly. So it's been wonderful.
I have one question somewhat related to that, which is, I may be misremembering, but I'm pretty sure at least a few years ago, in addition to sand berms being set up, there was actual bleachers to watch the lifeguard competitions on Friday and Saturday nights?
That was a long while ago, yes.
Yeah. I'm just curious if there's I don't know. It seemed like there were a lot of spectators, and for most people on the berm, you couldn't really see anything because most of the competitors are standing, and so I don't know if there's any consideration for bringing that back, or if there was a particular reason, maybe complexity, we got rid of it, but.
Yeah, there's a cost aspect and there's a safety aspect. I think in the years past, it was kind of jerry-rigged together and maybe didn't pass snuff. But Hermosa is a wonderful venue for it because there is the pier where you can see a lot of the competition from there. Department of Beaches and Harbors do build up some sand berms to kind of raise up a little bit, and then there are people that are hired to tell people to sit down, but it's not always easy because it's so exciting to keep people from standing up. So I will talk to some people who've been on the board a little bit longer than me and find out the exact reason why the bleachers went away, because I know I've sat on bleachers, maybe 20 years ago or something like that. Yeah.
Thanks, Maria. I've always just watched from the pier, so it works. Yep. All right. Thank you so much. We'll look forward to seeing you next year.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 6, public comment. Mari.
This is a time for members of the public to address the commission on items on and not on the agenda, but within the commission's jurisdiction, Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes and will be taken in person and via Zoom. A reminder that if you address the commission on a discussion item, you will not be able to address the commission on the same item when it is heard at a later part of the meeting. First, we have Greg McNally.
Madam Chairperson, Commissioners, I'm Greg McNally. I'm president of the Hermosa Beach Museum. I reside at 1840 Hermosa Avenue, and I thought it was appropriate tonight to approach the Commission and just share some updates. What we really want to do is say a great thank you to the staff, especially Lisa Nichols, Brian Souza, Cambria, for their support in our ongoing negotiation with the city to extend our lease, which helps us a great deal, as well as the footprint and the extra room that is now available for us for a interactive education center for offices and storage, which is a really important aspect of us. We also just want to let you know that the museum has now received our national accreditation. We announced it recently. After a multi-year process, we have been awarded a museum accreditation by the American Alliance of Museums. This accreditation was a rigorous process that examined every aspect of the museum: operations, beginning with an approval of our policies, documents, self-studies, applications, followed by a site visit from a peer museum professional. An independent accreditation commission then reviewed the findings and determined whether the museum met the standards for this accreditation. The AAM accreditation is the highest national recognition afforded to a museum in the United States. For the Hermosa Beach Museum, this represents 5 years of work and a commitment of excellence to preserving and sharing our community's history. Back when COVID hit, we were looking at new ways that we could actually not just keep the museum open when you can't be open, but other things that we could really do to move forward. And we said, yeah, let's go for this national accreditation. And we said, we got time. Let's make this happen. How long is it going to take? They said 3 years. I'm like, look, the COVID is not going to last that long, but let's at least get started. Just to give you kind of a reference of what this is there's 35,000 museums in the United States. Only 1,100 of them are accredited. Most of them are accredited with foundations, the Whitney, the Getty, the Broad. Others are universities, which needs the accreditations for large grants and so forth. And then there's the Hermosa Beach Museum. As Commissioner Pete Hoffman said in one meeting, it's kind of like the Maricosta Mustangs playing the Rams. We're late in the fourth quarter, and it looks like we're going to win. So the fact is, we won. We are the smallest in the nation, and it gives us a great opportunity to move forward. I'm running out of time, so I was going to share with you all the events we have coming up, but basically I'm going to cut right to our gala that you guys mentioned. I really, really appreciate that. That's August 22nd, and we would love to have all of you join us. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do not have any more public speaker cards from the chamber, but if anyone wishes to speak during this time from the chamber. Moving on to Zoom. No hands raised on Zoom.
Thanks, Marian. I will want to acknowledge all the public comments that we have received via email. So, moving on to item 7, commissioner comments.
I just wanted to say I ventured out to Manhattan Beach for the 6-man volleyball tournament, and it was hot and humid, but there were at least 1,000 people playing out there 6-man, and it was just a big outdoor party. So it was a lot of fun to see people enjoying themselves.
Elka and I got together with Bark for a Park to talk about what happened at last Tuesday's City Council meeting regarding the Greenbelt vote, the ballot measure that will not be on the Greenbelt, and then their MOU. So any of you that are interested in the program, I would encourage you to keep in touch with them. There's a lot of work to be done. I do want to say I was rather surprised at what happened at the meeting because I really did think that the council was leaning one way, and then 2.3 seconds, everything changed, and they decided not to put the ballot measure on the ballot. And it was a rather odd time, and I think there's some discussion to be had there. But I'm hoping that Bark for a Park will work hard towards their goal of trying to find a place so that there will be a place for dogs to run free somewhere in the city of Hermosa Beach. Any thoughts on that, Elka?
No, just that Carla and Jack, who founded the Bark for a Park group, they're very, very active. They're having fundraisers. They've already, I think, raised about $70,000, and they've got matching funds. So it's something they're very serious about, and they're pursuing it any way they can.
Thank you.
Any other commissioner comments? Okay. Moving on to the consent calendar. Is there any discussion on the action minutes, or can I get a motion?
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
Oh, second.
Voting is now open. Voting is now closed. Motion carried, 5-0.
Thank you. Public hearings, we have none, so we'll move on to item 10, matters for commissioner consideration. 10A is Hermosa Beach Lawn Bowling Club operations. Cambria. Oh, hi.
Mari, will you pull up my presentation? Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Tonight, staff is presenting an informational item regarding the Hermosa Beach Lawn Bowling Club and is seeking feedback from the Commission regarding the club's current use of the facility, potential future use and management, and whether alternative or additional uses for the site should be explored. Next slide. This item comes before you following direction from City Council in June 2025. At that time, Council directed staff to prepare a report outlining the Lawn Bowling Club's operations, membership, maintenance, and legal considerations. More recently, at its July 28th, 2026 meeting, City Council approved an agreement with the Lawn Bowling Club for an initial one-year term with the option to continue on a month-to-month basis by mutual written agreement. Council also directed staff to obtain feedback from this commission regarding the future use of the facility and potential repurposing of the site. Next slide. For some historical context, the property that makes up much of the Clark complex was acquired by the city in 1933 for use as a public park and recreation space. The area was later named the Clark complex in honor of former Mayor John Clark, who was a strong advocate for the park's development and personally contributed funds towards the installation of the Lawn Bowling Club. The first official lawn bowling tournament and dedication of the facility took place in 1935. The club has therefore been part of the city's recreational landscape for more than 90 years. Next slide. Today, the Lawn Bowling Club is a volunteer-run, membership-based organization. It is managed by a board of volunteers and provides both member and public programming. The club currently offers social bowling as well as free lawn bowling lessons 3 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday mornings, and social bowling on Wednesday evenings. The morning sessions generally attract more than 40 players. The club also hosts special events throughout the year and independently manages private rentals of the facility. Private rentals are available to the public and include the use of the clubhouse, outdoor seating area, and lawn bowling green. The club provides equipment and volunteer instruction as part of those rentals. At the time of this report's preparation, the club had 48 members, consisting of 45 full members and 39 dual members. Next slide. The club offers 2 membership types. Full membership is $125 annually and is intended for bowlers whose primary club is here in Hermosa. It includes full participation in club activities, tournament eligibility, and voting rights. Dual membership is $60 annually and is intended for bowlers whose primary club is elsewhere. These members can participate in games and events but generally do not have voting rights or eligibility for leadership roles. The club also generates revenue through private rentals. In 2025, there were 4 private rentals at $600 each, generating $2,400 in rental revenue. The club's other ongoing annual expenditures total approximately $4,075, including its website, insurance, and supplemental lawn care. Additional expenses vary year to year and may include equipment, furniture, facility amenities, and event supplies. Next slide. One of the primary issues addressed in this report is the city's historical maintenance and financial support of this facility. Prior to the recent adoption of the agreement, there was no formal agreement clearly defining the responsibilities of the city and the Lawn Bowling Club. Historically, the city provided janitorial services, landscaping, and specialized lawn care, and public works support. In 2025, those services totaled approximately $17,400. Under the new agreement, the Lawn Bowling Club is responsible for those types of services and maintenance costs moving forward. The city will continue to support water and electricity costs because those utilities are combined on city meters and cannot be separately itemized. The city will no longer provide janitorial services and landscaping services, and the club will be responsible for arranging and paying for those. Next slide. The facility also has significant capital improvement needs. In 2025, the city replaced the facility's staircase entrance with an accessible ramp as part of the Clark Building renovation project. However, a complete accessibility assessment of the site by a certified professional is still needed to identify any additional improvements required to meet current public facility requirements. Staff has also received multiple requests from the club regarding the condition of the facility, including the need for a complete roof replacement and other deferred maintenance. As part of fiscal year 26-27's budget process, City Council approved the creation of CIP 637, Lawn Bowling Building Roofing. The project would perform the necessary abatement requirements and install a new roof on the lawn bowling building, as well as the portion of the storage shed attached to the northerly side of their space. The new agreement establishes that any further capital improvement program projects will be addressed through a separate agreement with the Lawn Bowling Club, with consideration given to cost sharing by the club or reimbursement to the city for associated costs. Next slide. The final portion of tonight's discussion is where staff and city council are interested in hearing the commission's feedback. First, does the current use of the facility continue to serve the community and align with the city's parks and recreation goals and priorities? Whether changes should be made to the club's operations, maintenance responsibilities, programming, or agreement if the facility continues to operate as a lawn bowling club. Whether opportunities exist to expand public access, recreational programming, partnerships, or community use of the facility. And finally, the commission may wish to consider whether alternative recreational community uses should be explored, either alongside lawn bowling or potentially in place of the current use. Staff is not recommending a specific future use or repurposing plan at this time. Rather, the purpose of tonight's discussion is to gather commission's feedback and recommendations for City Council's future consideration. Staff recommends that the commission receive and file the informational report and provide feedback regarding the current use, management of the facility, its potential future use, and any opportunities for repurposing or expansion. Thank you. I am happy to answer any questions, and I know that there are representatives from the Lawn Bowling Club here as well.
Thanks, Cam. We'll turn it over to the commission for any questions.
I'm trying to figure out the janitorial services and landscaping and specialized lawn care. Where did you get those figures? Because I know that the club has their own groundskeeper and they have lawnmowers. So I'm wondering what does the city do and what do they do?
So up until August 1st, it was a combined effort between the city's landscaping contract as well as the Lawn Bowling Club's landscaper or volunteer landscaping services. Those figures came from the Public Works Department based on the cost that we pay to our landscaping contract and janitorial contract.
Just for the lawn bowling facility?
Just specifically for the lawn bowling facility, yes.
And this is annual?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Are questions to the lawn bowling representatives part of this presentation or something we would do later or not something we will do?
I think it's appropriate once all the questions directed to staff, we can follow up with questions to lawn bowling representative.
All right, save it for then.
Okay, thanks. Tom and Barbara?
Where I'm frustrated is the fact that we've been asked to receive and file. And this is exactly what we should have. We should have this with every single one of our groups. We should have people here that have questions and have ideas. So I'm so frustrated that this didn't come to us first. Can you tell me what the story is behind the closed session?
Staff received direction from City Council to enter into an agreement with lawn bowling directly and bring it to City Council.
All right. I have questions for lawn bowling, so I'll wait if I have more questions, but that, I think, was the most frustrating thing about getting this agenda. So, all right.
Yeah, most of my questions are better directed toward the lawn bowling.
I do have a question. The agreement with lawn bowling is for a 1-year term, and then it's to go month to month. Is there any consideration or option to extend that 1 year, another 1 year, or?
Absolutely. So the current agreement is drafted for a 1 year and then becomes a month-to-month basically in perpetuity unless we negotiate a new agreement. So I think the direction for that was so that we could have this conversation, and should anything need to be addressed, we could do that in 1 year's time.
Okay, so it'll go into a month to month, and then the opportunity will be there to enter into another agreement for 1 year or whatever is beneficial to both city and lawn bowling.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sure, go ahead.
I was wondering, who took it off CIP 637? Why was that? I understand now the lawn bowling club is responsible for the roof repairs, and I was just kind of wondering when that happened and why, if you know.
CIP 637 still exists and is budgeted for this fiscal year. The agreement with lawn bowling allows for the city to negotiate either a side letter or an amendment to their contract for them to cover a portion of the cost sharing, reimbursement to the city, but that'll be a separate negotiation.
So they're not on the hook for the entire fee necessarily?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. It would be a negotiation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's bring up, Tony, are you representing the lawn bowling club, or is there someone from lawn bowling that wants to come up and, come on up. I'm gonna ask it differently. Is there someone from lawn bowling who'd like to come up and address the commission?
Sure. I can answer your questions.
Okay.
I'm Karen Shore, representing Hermosa Beach Lawn Bowling Club. I am a resident of Hermosa Beach, 437 28th Street.
Hi, Karen. Thanks for being here. I'll maybe just bring it back to the commission and see if there's any questions for you. If you want to tell us a little bit about the club, maybe how long you've been involved and.
Well, I actually had prepared to, a statement for you all, but I thought you were going to be asking me questions.
No,
so
let's hear if you have a statement, we'd love to hear it.
Okay, then I'll do that.
Might answer some questions in advance.
Yeah, I might answer some questions, actually. Well, first of all, I want to thank you thank staff for preparing the report, and thank you all for your service on this commission. I'm a 23-year Hermosa Beach resident and a 3+ year proud member of the Hermosa Beach Lawn Bowling Club. We celebrated our 90th anniversary this year in April, and we were honored to have City Councilman Seaman and Francois attend our event. And we were happy to have a couple local vendors, Bolt and Bonaparte, donate treats for our event, which was great. Some of you may have seen the Hermosa Beach Museum's a great exhibit on the esteemed John Clark at their facility that ended in June, and you would have read about the history of the club and its close connection with John Clark. I'd like to supplement staff's report a little bit and share a brief summary of past, present, and future involvement of the club in the Hermosa Beach community. We're in total support of the city's goals to provide recreational opportunities for all of its citizens, and we want to stress the importance that the city support contributions lawn bowling makes to the residents of the greater community. The great thing about lawn bowling is that almost any person, in spite of any certain physical limitations, can play. Our social bowls gathering pit young against old, male against female, newbie against pro. Anything can happen on any given day. We have a couple of club members for whom lawn bowling has helped them recover from a stroke. We had one who had polio as a child, and lawn bowling is the first sport she was able to participate in. Many of our club members played various sports competitively or recreationally their entire lives, including myself, and now have lawn bowling to continue competing as our bodies age. Being able to socialize and compete is very important for the well-being of seniors who may be underserved in other recreational activities and might otherwise be sitting at home watching TV. While staff mentioned the days of the social bowls and free lessons, the green is utilized almost every day for independent practice by club members who represent Hermosa Beach by regularly entering competitive tournaments throughout the Southwest Division of Bowls USA. In fact, one of those bowlers, Inger Benson, who's here today, Hermosa Beach resident, finished third in singles at the 2024 USA National Championships in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. She will also be representing Hermosa Beach again in 2026 by competing this September in women's pairs at the Bowls USA National Championship Division Playdowns. We are very connected to the Hermosa Beach community and want everyone to bowl. I don't have time to list all the events we've held at our club, so I'll share a few. In May this year, Hermosa Valley School brought 4 separate PE classes over 30 middle school students per class to our club for lessons. The kids all walked down Valley Avenue from the school, accompanied by their instructors, and everyone had a great time, and we're hoping to do that again because everybody had a great time. Every June for over 15 years, a group of about 30 to 40 Hermosa Beach Educational Foundation dads book our club for their annual Father's Day celebration. We just booked our first of hopefully many lawn bowling nights with the Hermosa 5-0 Senior Activity Center. That'll happen in September. And on a community service note, upcoming on August 12th, 16 club members will participate in the Beach City's Health District Volunteer Day event. We'll support BCHD's Live Well Kids program by helping to prepare a school garden at Hermosa View Elementary. It's very important to note that not only does the club provide opportunities for Hermosa Beach and South Bay locals, but there's an influx of visitors from other lawn bowling clubs that come here to bowl in tournaments or as guest bowlers who often then dine and shop local. And as we heard from the earlier presentations, that's very important to the community. In fact, we're hosting the second annual All-Comers Tournament this Labor Day weekend. Last year's event attracted 56 of the top U.S. bowlers and was the most significant club tournament in the U.S. We're expecting the same talented field this year and hope you will all stop by for a little bit on your way to and from Fiesta Hermosa, so that's going to be a packed weekend. Finally, we have hosted an annual open house in May for all residents of Hermosa Beach and beyond for the past 29 years. We were unable to hold it this year due to our big 90th anniversary celebration, but we'll be back again in 2027, and we welcome the entire Hermosa Beach community to give lawn bowling a try. We look forward to working with the commission and with staff to get the word out that there is a wonderful recreation opportunity for residents of Hermosa Beach at the Hermosa Beach Lawn Bowling Club. We feel, based on the considerations that the commission has, that there is a significant value in maintaining this property and this club as a recreational opportunity for all of Hermosa Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Okay. Olga, do you want to start with any questions for Karen?
Not yet, if I have some.
Okay.
Circle back.
Sure. Todd?
So I have 2 questions. One, the new agreement, it looks like it turns things from a 6K surplus every year to a 10K deficit, given current membership levels and membership costs. What's the level of concern around sustainability of the club? Assuming no more capital improvements are
Thanks,
coming
Andy.
your way.
Thank you. I'll have to defer to our treasurer. I don't think that we have concerns about that sway. Is that a correct statement?
I don't feel like we did have, you're on the plus side of things by 6,000. Almost all the monies that come in are from membership.
Jerry, you want to come up if you're going to, just so everyone can hear you. Thank you.
So most of the monies that come in are from our membership fee. The figure was a little bit off, that's in the report. It's actually $151 a year per person. Of that, $36 goes for their dues as part of Bowls USA, which is our governing organization, and Southwest Bowls, which is our more localized division of Bowls USA. So that only leaves $80 per member that goes into the club coffers. We spend a significant amount of money every year on keeping the green in good rolling condition for our members and to host other tournaments for people to come in. We have to fertilize, we aerate, we dethatch, I don't even know all the terminologies, and we have our volunteer greenskeeper that spends hours every week on that. So it's a significant expense. We don't operate for profit. We don't make money. We bring in enough to sustain ourselves. The fact that we may have to do our own janitorial, not that big of a deal. The mower we own, we purchase that mower again from our funds. So the city would come in twice a week, every Monday and Wednesday, and mow. And it would take like maybe an hour and a half. But it was using our equipment. So it's not going to cost us unless we do have to pay someone to come in and use our mower. Ideally, we'd have another volunteer from our club that would be willing to do that. So that would make up some of that difference there.
Thank you.
So,
Did that answer your question?
answer your question?
Todd, can I clarify, perhaps? Sure. The city is not billing them for the services. They're simply taking over the services. So they're not going to incur the same cost that we were incurring as part of our landscaping contract. That's the cost savings to the city by taking them off of the landscaping and janitorial
Yeah,
contract.
my concern is more for the club. Like, what is the risk of sustainability to the club given these new expenses you are now going to be under? Like, that was all, just the sense of the risk. Are you feeling okay about it? You worried about it a lot?
Well, we're going to have to deal with it. I think probably the main factor is we're going to have to raise our dues, which is unfortunate. You know, a lot of these people are on fixed incomes, and we pride ourselves that here's a sport you can do for $151 for the whole year. You know, so we probably are going to have to increase the annual dues. I hope that doesn't cause us to lose members. The membership numbers were also a bit off in the report. We actually now have about 92 members. Probably only 12 to 15 at most are dual members, meaning their primary club is elsewhere and they've joined us as their secondary club. The majority of our members are Hermosa Beach full members.
Okay, great.
So-
And my other question was, whether it's the Hermosa Beach Lawn Bowling Club or other lawn bowling clubs, are you aware of any other uses that the lawn has ever had allowed that don't materially impact the surface?
We have not. See, it's a pretty sensitive thing, and hours are spent every week keeping that in good rolling condition. It's kind of similar to a golf putting green. You know, you wouldn't want other people out there on a putting green doing activities that are detrimental to the surface. So we have not. I don't know of other clubs doing any activities other than lawn bowling on their greens.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And just to tag on to his concerns, like the Parks and Rec Master Plan said that we should improve the facility, invest in its future. What are your thoughts on that? How can we invest in it or improve, and how can you repurpose what you do there, given, you know, the sensitivity of the green, right? I mean, you can't have anybody just stomp all over it, right? That kind
No,
of.
we can't have kids running around on it. It's, well, yeah, but not running on it. You know, it's gentle walking back and forth.
Have you thought of activities that could raise money for you, or what? I mean, parties are limited to the clubhouse and the asphalted area, or, you know, what
No,
is
the
your?
parties that we have there are lawn bowling parties. So people come in, they get full use of all of our equipment. Club members volunteer to be the coaches and instructors, and they come to bowl. It's not just rented out as a party house. You know, they are coming to bowl.
And have you thought of any other activities that could take place there?
We've had some discussions on what we could do. The only things that we came up that would be gentle enough might be yoga or Tai Chi, something that's not really going to damage the green. Now, I don't know if people would pay to come and do that there. Are the parks available for those type of groups to hold their sessions for free in the public parks in the city? I'm not aware, so I don't know.
And do you charge people when they come for tournaments to participate, or
The
is it?
tournaments are entry fees, and most of the entry fees are paid out directly as prize money to the participants. So a tournament is not a moneymaker. In fact, we usually end up, spending money to host the tournament. We provide a lot of hospitality. Our club is known throughout the Southwest as a very hospitable club. Our members are very welcoming and generous with what we provide to the tournament participants. So the tournaments are not a moneymaker at all. The money gets paid out as prize money.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Tom, Barbara?
I have a few questions. How many of your members are Hermosa residents?
I don't have that exact number at that time. I could get back to you later with that.
All right, could you give that to staff? when
Yes,
you get it?
yes, I will. I'll give it to Cambria.
And as far as use of the court, I'm looking at the staff report. It's Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday mornings. We're at 9 a.m. to what?
Till like 12:30. Those are established called social bowling hours, where any of our members or guests can come in, and we have draw games. So they draw names, and you play with different people. And a game lasts typically 2.5 hours.
And then you have a slotted time Wednesday evening.
Correct. That's for evening bowls. Outside of that, there's people out there almost every day. A lot of our bowlers, that participate in these competitive tournaments elsewhere come, like Inger's there every day. There's a select, group of people that are there daily practicing. You have to practice and work at it as you do with any sport. It's highly competitive.
Is it open then every day? Is there somebody down there every day to say you can come in and practice your lawn bowling?
Yes, yeah, if you're a member, you have your bowls, you have a locker there to store your equipment, you have the combination to the gate, you can come in whenever you want and practice.
So all the members have the combination? Yes?
The ones that own equipment that have a locker in the facility do have the combination.
And if I'm a Hermosa resident, and I should say, somebody gave me a lesson a couple of weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you're here, that was great. But if I'm a Hermosa resident, can I just go down there and say, I want to be a full-time member, here's my $151, and you're set? It's not like a fraternity, right? You're not choosing who joins.
No, there's no initiation or anything. No, anyone can join, Actually, it's prorated now, too. So after May, it's only $115 to join instead of the $151. And again, though, 36 of that goes to membership dues for a governing organization. So it's an inexpensive sport that people can enjoy, unlimited play all year, for one fee.
All right, and the Hermosa 5-0 relationship, which sounds to me like a really good idea.
That's newly established.
Is that going to be monthly, or are you going to?
Well, we're going to try it, doing one day a month. It's too late to get on the August calendar. Right. We're going to get put on the September next month is September calendar, and we'll start and see how much interest there is from the members of the club, and hopefully, and then we can always increase it. We're going to start, once a month, and see how it goes, and that can always be increased.
All right, I guess this is a joint question for you and for staff.
Mm-hmm.
Could we do with lawn bowling what we do with like tennis and what we want to do with pickleball, which is to set it up as a class, put it in our recreational brochure, and in the spring offer it? And would you work with the city to actually provide the lessons so people can say, okay, I'm going to join this class?
Right. We would love to work with the city on that. And that would be better to get a regular class, like once a week or twice a week, to come in and have them come in and actually progress through a class, rather than just come in randomly.
I agree, yeah.
Yeah, it'd be a great idea. So that's what we're hoping. We're starting with the 50s to see what kind of interest we get, and that could lead, that can open up new avenues for leagues or, like you said, classes initially, because it takes a few times to get the hang of it, to be able to get out and actually compete.
And then the last question, you have a sign out that says free lessons, call a number.
Right.
How about walk-in free lessons every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, 9 a.m.? I think that might be more inviting. It might tell people, I can just walk in and do this, as opposed to,
You know what
I can
happens?
call this number someday.
We only have a couple of like coaches that are qualified to give the lessons. So we asked if they call first. That number is actually Tony's number. It's our president, to make sure that there's going to be someone there that's qualified to teach them.
All right, well, that's the answer then. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
How many people can play at one time? What's your max?
Okay, our max, so we've got, each lane is called a rink. So we have 7 rinks. The max you can have is 8. So 4 on 4. You play, it's a team sport. It can be individual, but it's also team. So the max we can accommodate is 8 people, so 56 people at
That's a lot of
once.
people to have out there. And the numbers that we had were that residents were paying $125 and the dual rate was $60. That was incorrect. It's $151.
It's $151.
And then the
It
dual-
is $60 for
60,
for
okay.
dual members. Because they've paid their dues through their primary club. So that $60 is just coming to our club because they've
and
already
that-
paid their dues.
And those, where are those clubs? Is that just Santa Monica, or are there?
No, there's people from all over. Our closest clubs, that's another issue. We're the only club in the South Bay. The next closest, there's one in Long Beach at Recreation Park in Long Beach, and going north, there's one in Santa Monica, one in Beverly Hills, and Holmby Hills.
Okay.
So, and both of those are 30 to 45 minutes away, more like an hour 15 in traffic.
And do the other clubs reciprocate?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So my primary club is here. I also belong to Beverly Hills and Santa Monica.
And
So
when was the last time you increased your prices?
do you recall, Tony? Did they even, for at least the last 2 years, they've been stable. We try to keep it affordable
Okay.
for almost anyone. So this year it looks, for next year, starting January 1st, I think we're going to be forced to increase.
Well,
Hopefully.
it looks, I don't know how you're going to make this work with the amount of money that you need to spend to keep the place up. It looks like you're going to be at the numbers that I had were off of the wrong price to become a member.
That's and then that $17,000 figure, which was said to be the cost, that's way off. That's what the city is paying. If we
So
get,
we need
we're
to
not
get-
going to be paying out $17,000 to have those things
We need to
done.
have the right numbers.
The $17,400 that I stated is the money that the city is saving by taking lawn bowling off of our janitorial, maintenance, and public works services. What they will be paying is completely up to their discretion. As they mentioned, they may
Ideally,
use
yeah,
volunteers
exactly.
to do the janitorial
Exactly.
work and do the landscaping work. They don't need to be paying prevailing wage like we were paying to our landscaping and janitorial contractors.
Okay. So do you have you decided you're going to max out at having 100 members, or are you ever, anyone is allowed to join. If you are if you live here in Hermosa Beach, you're not going to turn anyone away until you find out you have a problem with availability.
Oh, correct. So we have we have 92 members right now. On an average day, we probably have 30 to 35 that come out to bowl, which is a really good number.
Okay.
There's a lot of clubs, the other clubs with larger memberships that don't get as much participation as we do. So we hope we don't come to the point where we have to turn anybody away because we're at our max. That's
Okay.
never happened in the past.
And the age limit?
There's no age limit.
Okay.
There's a woman from Holmby Hills is 97 years old, and she's still an excellent bowler and comes out and plays.
Okay. Mr. Moffett, did you have something to come? I met Mr. Moffett in the lobby. Did you have something to share with us on this?
He does. Yeah, okay.
I do, if I may. I was asked by the club to come. I'm an officer and director of the Southwest Division of Bowls USA. the governing organization of lawn bowling in the United States. And my address is 137 South Bedford Drive, Beverly Hills, California. But in my defense, I mean, I'm from Beverly Hills. I was born at Torrance Memorial in a bungalow in 1942. In 1942, I started taking swimming lessons at the Hermosa Biltmore Hotel when they had an indoor pool, for those of you who don't remember the hotel. And I was 4 years old, and I started surfing up and down the coast in 1954, and used to work for a while at the Jacobs Surf Shop, which was at the end of Hermosa, when Hermosa Avenue turns into Manhattan right at the bottom of the hill there. So I have a great affection for this community, and some friends and I used to ride our bikes down from West Los Angeles on Sunday, the third Sunday of every month for 15 years, and go to Martha's Cafe, which is still there. It's sort of fancified now, but that's my association with Hermosa Beach, and I'd moved back here for our children and grandchildren and didn't live 2 blocks away. The Southwest Division of the Lawn Bowling Association has 2,000 members. We've got 26 clubs from the Mexican border to San Luis Obispo. The oldest club is 116 years old. Most of them are 90 years old, is this one or thereabouts, so it's an old sport. The really important thing to, I think, bear in mind about lawn bowling is that 85% of lawn bowlers in California are 65 or older. There are some clubs where many of the members are very close to 80 or over 80. It is a sport predominantly for older people. The division sponsors numerous tournaments all over Southern California, including a co-sponsor of the All Comers, which is a wonderful Hermosa Beach event. Nearly all of the clubs are located on city or county-owned property. Most are run independently of the city, but several have very close partnerships with the city and the city senior citizen organizations, which we really actively promote at the division level. I mentioned my personal connection with the area. I'm also here, though, because of my wife, ultimately, because she discovered lawn bowling 5 or 6 years ago. And she unfortunately had a brain cancer when she was younger, and she lost the sight of her right eye. She has two replacement knees, a replacement hip, a heart condition which has to be carefully monitored, and she is a bowling fanatic. She is, and as these folks can testify, she is a lean, mean bowling machine. Maybe not mean, please. But she's out there 3 days a week. She's an architect. She continues at the age of 73. 73. She continues to work in an architecture firm, but bowling has just given her this tremendous spirit. I mean, she's like, I met her at the age of 24, and she's like 24 all over again. And that's really why I'm a bit of an evangelist for lawn bowling. Anyone can play at any age. We have, would you believe, blind lawn bowlers? Don't ask me about how they do that. We have bowlers who cannot bend over, so we have arms that we make for them in order to throw the bowls. You're usually required to walk, but there are Paralympic type lawn bowlers on wheelchairs. And what the sport really does is it helps people at an older age overcome any of the health issues they might have. And I guarantee you, I'm 84, and at my age, I mean, I take 6 pills a night. We'll all be taking pills at 84, I guarantee you. That we have lots of bowlers who have bad backs. We've got lots of pickleball players who no longer have good knees. I've had two not knee replacements, but knee operations. Men and women play equally, which is another thing. I mean, as people get older and the kids leave the house, oftentimes they need to find something to do together. And the men aren't prejudiced against the women, because the women are very good. And it gets people, older people, out of the house. It's just a joy for me when I can coach someone, as I have in Beverly Hills, like a doctor whose wife passed away 3 or 4 months ago, and his daughter called me and said, "I've got to get Dad out of the house. He's grieving, and can you come? Will you coach him if I bring him out there?" And that sort of thing. So I happen to.
Mr. Moffett, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Of your 26 clubs that are under your Southwest District, do you happen to know what their annual membership dues are per club on average?
They vary considerably, quite considerably. I'd say it's this is a guess, $100 plus and up. You go to Laguna Beach, which is the largest lawn bowling club in the United States. They have 500 members. And Laguna Beach, if you know the community, is
yes, we know,
up against the ocean, and there's no golf club there, there's no country club there, and it's really a substitute for the country club. So their dues are $500. There are some that are probably as low as $20 or $30.
Okay, so it really runs the gamut.
But the last thing I want to say is I was blessed at a younger age to be a deputy mayor in Los Angeles, and I worked with the Rec and Parks Commission. This is 30 years ago, and we had a lot of ADA problems and a lot of gang issues and so forth. But what I learned and took away from that is that the measure of the success of a recreation program is not only how many people participate, but the effect that it has on their lives. And I can tell you, and that's especially true for the vulnerable and the underserved population, who tend to be children and older people. And swimming lessons for a young person are life-changing, and active recreational programs for older adults can be life-saving. And I've seen enough. We have one gentleman in this room whose life has been very, very favorably affected by lawn bowling, maybe more than one. But
Thank you, Mr. Moffett. We appreciate your thoughts.
Thank you very much.
I think I'm going to bring it back, and we'll open it to public comment. Okay. Amari, let's open
Sorry.
Tracy, can I clarify one thing?
Yeah.
So the number in our report, the $125 membership number, is their $151 membership number minus the $36 that goes to the governing body. So
Okay.
that's why it's written like that in the report.
Thank you for clarifying that. Okay. Thanks, Amari.
This is a time for members of the public to address the commission on this item only. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. If you would like, for the record, please state your name and city of residency for the record. We will begin with members of the public wishing to provide public comment in our chamber. First, we do have Karen Shore. And next we have Charles Muffett. We have no more public speaker cards. Anyone in the chamber wishing to speak?
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for your service. You might guess I didn't come here tonight to speak about lawn bowling, but I did want to say a few words. Over the years, I've had the opportunity through a few different events with Leadership Hermosa Beach and some other groups to go play on the lawn bowling courts and receive the coaching from this wonderful group of volunteers. I do want to pick a bone with somebody that said anybody can do it. I was terrible. That said, I recognize some of the faces, some of the different gentlemen and ladies here that helped our entire group and taught us how to bowl and helped us have a really wonderful day. I think I remember hearing about this coming from council, sort of looking at, oh, we've got this big lawn bowling court that doesn't get used as much as it might if we did something else with it. I think sometimes as a culture, as a society, we need to step back and ask ourselves if efficiency is really our primary goal in this world. Having that lawn bowling court there is such a unique and special asset to the community that I think it trumps any efficient change that might occur by trying to select new uses. I want to say that merely interrupting this wonderful group of volunteers and their engagement in our community by changing the use of the lawn bowling court would be a serious loss to Hermosa Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Is there anyone else in chambers who wishes to speak? All right, seeing none, is there anyone virtually, Amari?
Seeing no hands raised.
Okay, seeing no one in chambers and no one virtually, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the commission for discussion. As it's a receive and file item, there's no motion to make, but let's all participate with our discussion on what we think. Okay.
Okay. This facility has been here for 90 years. I mean, there's very few things that we have in this town that have lasted this long and have been used for this purpose for that long. I remember when I was a kid walking by there, and I still walk by there, and I see the flags and the lawn bowlers, and it's just a tradition, kind of, and it's really an asset to our community. I think it's our duty to provide recreation for everyone. And this obviously, is tailored to seniors. And I've gone down and went for your open house about a year ago, and you were just the friendliest group of people. Everyone said hi. You have music on, you're lawn bowling with no shoes on, barefoot lawn bowlers, and I guess you're known for that. And it's just a very positive place. And your dedication, I mean, you're all here, you love this facility, you have the shirts, and you try to incorporate other people from the community, whether it's children, and there were people there that were, I guess, in their 20s, and I asked them, why are you, is this something new? And I guess it was kind of a retro thing that was hip to go and lawn bowl, and they said, sociable activity, social, and I think that's also what it provides for you, because you make friends there. I talked to 2 women whose husbands died, and they said, if it weren't for this, we'd be at home watching TV. And there were people who had strokes and other injuries that are out there lawn bowling. They probably never thought they could do things like that. And I don't know, I think it's just what you do when you volunteer and open your club up to everyone. I don't know many people that would do that. So I think it's an important part of our community, and I think it should stay and be used for lawn bowling and make it work any way we can.
Top.
So I generally agree with Elka. I believe that this facility has a unique use, has a dedicated and inclusive participation. So I believe it's worth continuing as long as the club continue to be sustainable, given its obligations to the city and understanding they've agreed, to take on some of these things that the city was paying for before. I think that's a reasonable agreement from my perspective. So, I would like to make a motion to receive and file, while also encouraging.
Let everyone have their comments first before you make a motion.
Okay. I would like to see additional lawn bowling activity happen, such as Commissioner Maroney suggested. I also think there are some other uses potentially if the facility is available and can be used for things like senior Tai Chi or yoga or cornhole tournaments or cube tournaments, other things that use a lawn without materially impacting the lawn. So I think there's a lot of options there to consider. And that's where I stand.
Thank you. Tom?
Yeah, I think right now the activity that belongs there is the activity that's there. It's lawn bowling. It's a great activity. It's perfect for older people who aren't that athletic. I mean, it's great. Council did ask us to consider whether there could be other uses, and I do want to say a few words about that, but my opinion is that the activity that is there is the activity that should stay, and that's also what council did when they signed a license agreement with you. What's important is that the activities succeed and you're doing what's necessary so that everyone in Hermosa knows it's available, it's something that they can check out. You're doing a lot of outreach. I would just encourage more of it. We've talked about a couple of ideas tonight. The more Hermosa residents you have in your club, the more successful you're going to be, and the more justifiable it is to the city to set aside a large area of our parkland for one activity. So I would encourage you to keep reaching out. Are there other things we could do with lawn bowling, that area? We did have a park master plan. Who's asking for space? Well, the dog park people are asking for space. You probably couldn't put a dog park right next to the Clark building, but that's one use that's possible. We have a group that for decades has been asking for a pool. I don't believe that area is large enough for a useful municipal pool, but I think at some point we're going to have staff say that. And since we're not going to hire a consultant because the city doesn't have the money, I will share this with the idea that maybe the city manager or some council people are listening. There is a national build and program a pool workshop for municipalities. It's held in Reno in February of 2027. It would be really useful if we could send somebody from Public Works and Parks and Rec just so we could talk the language of pool. Other possible uses there would be an outdoor secured picnic area that could also be used for events where alcohol is served. So yeah, there are other things we could do there. I'm not convinced that any of them is better than what we are doing there. I think we should have lawn bowling come and give a presentation once a year like we require everybody else with a long-term agreement, just so you can tell us, hey, we've got these members, this is what we're doing, this is what's working, this is what's not working. That's good for you, it's good for us.
I should always go before you, Tom. So like I said earlier, this is something that should, as Tom said, it should happen every year. Every group, the Kiwanis, the Rotary, everybody should be coming before us to show praise of what it is they do. Because you are using a very, very important piece of property. And there are people out there that do want it for something else. And they might not be able to walk by and enjoy what it is you do. And I think it was on us and it was on you. We failed at doing our job, which is to constantly understand what is going on. We should know what every room in the community center is doing, all of the classes that are offered, the senior center, everything. And we're all very, very busy, but this is what happens is when someone, such as a council member, makes a comment and then everyone gets their knickers in a knot because it's like a forbidden word to question what it is we've been doing for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And if we don't look at other options, we won't know. There's a pool convention. So whether or not we'll ever see that in Hermosa, there's nothing wrong with talking about it. So I agree with Tom that you should come to us every year, but I will direct staff that anyone that is using city space should be coming before us and letting us know what their successes and what their failures are. What are we doing wrong? As Todd has said, are our bathrooms clean? Are we, helping you do what it is you need to do to have a successful program? So I think what's going on right now is great. Everybody should have a place. Everybody needs their people. They need to have something on their calendar. But please don't get upset when someone wants to talk and question what we're doing in this town, why we're doing it, and how we can do it better. I think that is a very important conversation that we do not have enough. So I would be more than happy to second your motion, Todd.
And may I?
Oh, you. I've got to learn my place.
I love Barbara. I will be very brief, and then we can go to our motion of receive and file. I could not agree more with Barbara. I think there's an undercurrent of conversation about lawn bowling because we don't hear from you. We don't know on an annual basis what's going on. I will say a couple things. I think there are opportunities to increase your revenue. I know a local real estate office rented your space and had a great time, and it was really successful. And I think there's probably more opportunities to do that through classes and dues, perhaps, and rentals. Some traditions need to alter and change, and I don't think that lawn bowling is one of them. And the more you talk about it and the more you show up to us, to the community, the more interest you're going to have, because people will understand that they can show up for free lessons. And the last thing I'll say is, now that you're taking on the responsibility of more maintenance and more care, if you need help, ask for it. Hermosans, we volunteer. We like to help and volunteer, and I bet you the community will show up for you. So if you need help, just please ask for it. Okay, now I'm done.
I do have a point of clarification about the motion expected here. So does our motion need to, there's a lot of discussion and a lot of feedback, I think, given by individual commissioners. Does our motion need to, or should our motion provide a summary of that feedback for city council direction, or is that not necessary?
I think the only thing necessary is that you're receiving and filing the report, and that you'll provide staff direction to summarize your discussion and provide it to city council.
Okay. All right. Then my motion is to receive and file the report and ask staff to summarize our feedback, which is generally consistent with continuing and potentially expanding lawn bowling usage of the lawn bowling facility for lawn bowling. And that's my motion.
I'll second that with a friendly amendment that we will ask them to come back every year. We can find out what's going on and how we can help at the same time.
The commission can make that recommendation to staff, but you cannot direct staff to bring that back as an annual requirement. We would have to, that would be at the discretion of city manager or city council.
Well, then let's ask the city manager and the city
But we
council.
can certainly follow up and see what their thoughts are on that, absolutely.
Great.
There's a benefit in that.
Thank you.
Voting is now open. Voting is now closed. Motion carried, 5-0.
And thank everybody. Okay, we are going to move on to the review of the volleyball court use policy, and I'm going to turn over to Brian.
All right, Peggy's going to go ahead and load up our presentation for tonight.
I don't know, but seriously?
It seems lawn bowling is less enthused about volleyball.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm so full of myself. So full of myself.
I'm just going to give just a few seconds to allow the room to clear out.
Yeah, let's do that.
Oh, good. Let's stand up.
Take a 5-minute break.
You have to, if you're taking an intermission, we have to make that publicly known.
Okay.
We're
No,
just-
we're just going to
we're
wait
just
till the
standing.
room to clear. Yeah, we're not taking a break. We're just going to wait for the room to clear and we'll bring it back.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move forward with the next item on the agenda. I'm Brian Sousa, the Parks and Recreation Manager, filling in for Director Nichols on this item. This is to review the volleyball court use policy proposed by staff. Next slide. Staff recommends the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission reviewing the proposed volleyball court use policy and provide recommendations on policy items presented in the staff report tonight to recommend to City Council. And this includes approve of the volleyball court use policy as presented, or approve the volleyball court use policy with the Commission's recommended modifications or revisions for City Council to consider. Next slide. The City of Hermosa Beach currently has no comprehensive policy governing the use, maintenance, and management of its public beach volleyball courts beyond the limited provisions contained in our Hermosa Beach Municipal Code. The proposed volleyball court use policy establishes consistent standards for beach volleyball court use and provides guidance regarding court personalization, commercial activity, volunteer maintenance, responsibilities, for example. Next slide. At the October 5th, for background, at the October 5th, 2021 meeting, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission appointed Chair Horowitz and Commissioner Ellman to serve on the Volleyball Court Use Policy Subcommittee. The subcommittee's scope of work included reviewing all aspects of the city's beach volleyball courts, including court inventory, maintenance practices, and the development of a comprehensive volleyball court use policy. Next slide. There are a total of 75 volleyball courts currently within the city of Hermosa Beach, 24 of which are considered in the commercial zone, which is between 10th Street and 15th Street, and 50 courts along the remainder of the beach, known as the residential zone. The city has no adopted policies addressing the court hours of operations, challenge procedures, or other standards intended to promote consistent and equitable public access within Hermosa Beach for Hermosa Beach residents, as well as visitors and tourists outside of the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code, which are sections 12.20.060, 12.20.065, and 12.20.310 beach volleyball courts. Next slide. Here's a visualization of one of the pages from the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code, as mentioned, 12.20.60, which speaks on the activities, sports, and conduct on the beach and on the strand permissible in Hermosa Beach. Next slide. Here's another example of Hermosa Beach Municipal Code. This is Chapter 1220, Beaches and Strand Regulations, 12.20.065, Beach Volleyball Courts. Mentioned in these three items, A, is the volleyball courts directly adjacent to the pier between 10th Street and 15th Street, referred to as the commercial zone, may be reserved for the city for special events or city contracted classes approved by the city. Item B, which is all volleyball courts south of 10th Street and north of 15th Street are for general community use, may not be reserved, and will operate on a challenge basis. All persons using the volleyball courts shall comply with this section. And item C, which is any commercial group as defined in section 12.30.040, nonprofit organization or fitness instruction for compensation shall obtain the proper special event, contract class, or outdoor fitness permits required in the city and are limited use of the volleyball courts or other facilities on the beach between 10th and 15th Street. Next slide. So for our discussion tonight for soliciting Commission's feedback on several policy provisions we highlighted in these next couple slides. One is the unpermitted activity. The department frequently witnesses and receives reports from the community regarding unpermitted activity on the beach, such as private instruction, classes, camps, clinics, and special events. The department addresses unauthorized activity through education and outreach to the individuals involved and educating them on the city policies and the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code provisions which prohibit such activity outside of the commercial zone. The department also reports such cases when escalated to the code enforcement, police department, and city manager if necessary. However, the current code prohibiting such activity that was included in the previous slide specifies that the violation occurs only when the activity is conducted for compensation. Next slide. The next item, to continuation of that, was a municipal code that we mentioned for compensation. Therefore, staff requests the commission consider a recommendation to City Council to remove the phrase "for compensation" from the code provision above. This amendment would allow the city, following education warnings and prior communication with these individuals or organizations, to issue administrative citations to commercial groups, nonprofit organizations, or individuals advertising and providing unpermitted activity without first having to establish that compensation that was received. Next slide. Furthermore, on unpermitted activity, additionally, staff requests the commission to provide feedback to City Council on whether the city should consider allowing permits for private instruction, classes, and camps to be issued to individuals, nonprofits, or commercial organizations for use of the volleyball courts outside of the commercial zone, otherwise what we consider the residential zone. This will be conducted and evaluated at a future commission and council meeting through evaluation of revisions to the outdoor fitness permit program to allow permitted activities and coaching within the residential zone, and return to the commission with the proposed policy updates for a recommendation to City Council at a future meeting. Next slide. The court liaison program. So the next revision is, historically, the city has maintained the volleyball courts within the commercial zone, and community volunteers and residents have maintained the remaining courts located throughout the residential zone, and the city responds when necessary or requested to maintenance requests for commercial zone volleyball courts on an as-needed basis through our Go Hermosa apps or direct communications to staff. Next slide. The other feedback that our staff is recommending today is the personalization and art. So over the years, members of the volleyball community have personalized a number of volleyball courts with painted poles, signage, decorative elements, flags, memorabilia, memorials, and other visual modifications. These features have become a part of Hermosa Beach's unique beach volleyball culture. The proposed volleyball court use policy establishes standards to ensure that all volleyball courts remain welcoming, inclusive, and appropriate for use, as well as the public use as public recreational facilities. The proposed policy would continue to allow court personalization and public art subject to established standards and expectations, and was reserve the ability for the city to remove any personalization or request the group to remove any personalized art or personalization at any time. Next slide. The commission may wish to consider whether to continue allowing personalization in public art as proposed, or item 2, allow personalization with additional standards regarding the type, size, location, duration, or approve of installations based on the commission's recommendations tonight. Or 3, prohibit all personalization beyond standard city installed equipment and signage. Next slide. The next provision is the volleyball nets. Along the beach, several volleyball courts have nets and net tape displaying commercial branding. These nets are provided by the community volunteers and event producers and businesses. The city is requesting feedback from the commission tonight if we should continue to allow commercial branding on the volleyball courts or not. Next slide, please. Staff requests the commission to also provide feedback to City Council to consider whether to continue allowing commercial branding as a longstanding practice that supports the volunteer stewardship and reduces the maintenance costs for the city. Or item 2, allow commercial branding with limitations, such as restricting the branding to either the net tape of the net or requiring city approval prior to placing commercial branding on the net entirely. Or item 3, prohibit commercial branding on the volleyball courts and net altogether, and requiring all nets installed on the city volleyball, on public volleyball courts to be free of commercial logos, advertising, sponsorship, or promotional messaging. Next slide. To summarize, to Commission's consideration for deliberation tonight, to provide feedback to City Council regarding several policy considerations to these revisions, including the revision to the municipal code about unpermitted commercial activity for compensation, to whether permitted instruction classes, camps, and tournaments should be allowed in the residential zone underneath the outdoor fitness permit program that staff would bring back at a future meeting with revisions. The proposed, number 3, the proposed court liaison program, establishing that and formalizing that into the policy. 4, the standards for the court personalization in public arts, as mentioned in the previous slides. And 5, the use of commercial branding on volleyball nets and net tape. The Commission's feedback tonight will assist staff in refining the proposed volleyball court use policy and developing any associated municipal code amendments for future consideration at the upcoming City Council review meeting. And that ends our verbal presentation.
Technical difficulties. Okay, thank you, Brian. Okay, it's a lot. Commissioners, any questions for staff?
I'll go. The complaints you received about instruction and things of that nature, who did they come from? Do you have numbers, and what were the complaints? I'm trying to understand why this is coming up. And
About the unpermitted instruction?
yeah.
Those are various complaints that we receive either via phone call or email. Some of them more than likely like to remain anonymous during those complaints, as well as just observations from staff as we're on the facility grounds. Either complaints received through our other departments like the Public Works Department or our Parks and Recreation staff, observations when down in the facilities.
And have you gone down there and spoken?
We have made in-person contact with multiple entities.
And what has the reaction been? Have they been amenable to working with you, or do they get pissed off, or what?
I think a combination of everything you could think of. I think there's been some unpleasantries, there's been some understandings, as well as some flexibility. We've had organizations in the past that we've either cited through the code enforcement or education efforts through city staff that have complied and have moved towards the commercial zone and legitimized their instruction and camps and classes through our permitting program. And then we've had many organizations and individuals who have ignored those education and warnings.
And what's the amount of the citation?
I don't have that number in front of me at this time, unfortunately.
Okay.
It's somewhere between $250 to $500, I believe.
And
For
then,
a first-time offender, but I'm not 100% sure.
and then have you thought out what the permitting process for these individuals, or, the ones that teach classes or whatever, what would that look like for the city? Have you thought of a plan, or?
Yeah, so currently the commercial zone is the only permitted space on the beach that allows for any of that activity to take place: classes, camps, clinics, coaching, events, tournaments, et cetera. As everyone is fully aware, the commercial zone is heavily impacted with special events annually, as well as balancing the contract class program that the city has internally with our own programming and partnerships that we have with organizations, as well as our outdoor fitness permit program. Because of that, staff is recommending to meet the demand and the need of the community. There's obviously a need for individual coaching, organizational coaching, tournaments in the residential zone, because there's not enough courts or not enough days and times in the weeks and weekends to allow for everyone to have their space and time. This will be at our future meeting after these policies are vetted out through commission and council, to add revisions to our outdoor fitness permit program to allow for instruction and coaching in the residential zone. There would be tiers to this. I mean, I can't go into detail because it's not an agendized items, but there is tiers that will approach it from, treating nonprofit organizations, school-based organizations separately from commercial entities, or professional and youth organization, volleyball organizations, or individual coaches separately. There'd be different tier brackets and things like that that staff are still navigating. But all that will be proposed at a future meeting for commission and council to review and the public input.
Okay, and last question. I know there were some meetings about 2-3 years ago, and you kind of got all the stakeholders involved. And I've spoken to a few of them, and they said nothing happened in between that time and now, when all these suggestions came forth. And I think a lot of people were a little blindsided. I know there's some of the people who do the court, take care of the courts, that wanted to be here, but were not able to because they got the memo, I think yesterday morning, today. Yeah, today. And that doesn't give a lot of warning to people. And I mean, I'm thinking maybe we should have had a little more warning and more discussion with these groups and kept them abreast of what was going on so they could chime in and participate, which they'd originally been asked to do.
Yes, I don't disagree. I think the noticing, you can understand the frustration with the noticing. That went out from Director Nichols this morning. Director Nichols would have to speak more on that. Even the engagement with the community liaisons and stakeholder group happened prior to my time here. I think the development was 2021 with the subcommittee and those meetings. I do know, based on the history that I'm aware of that was shared with me, the program in the subcommittee was placed basically on hold for a long-term tenure of certain years, based on city priorities, city projects that took precedence over this project, as well as city management at the time wanted us to put a pause on this. But now bringing this item forward is direction from both the department and city management to get this ball rolling again. As far as any stakeholder engagement and liaison engagement, I'm not responsible for that stakeholder group, unfortunately, so I can't comment on that.
Well, I think if I can jump in, I think you paraphrased it pretty well. When we first started the subcommittee, we were going down a different direction. It got put on pause for different city priorities. And then with the change of city management and the city manager, then we went in a different direction. We just found out today that you all got notified today. Just to put a pause on it for a second, we can do a couple different things. We can have this discussion. We can ask the questions, open it up to public comment. We can then bring it back as we normally do. We can continue the item to the following month to give the stakeholders and the community more time to come back. We can do both. We can have our meeting tonight and still continue it for more information. So we have some options here, whether we want to continue and go down the road or if we want to do both. So we can see how it goes, and then someone can always make a motion to continue it.
Do we have to hear from the public?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Absolutely, we still
Everyone
move
who
forward
showed
with
up-
public comment tonight.
Yeah, no, we will definitely move forward, but I just wanted to give you all that option that we can make that motion to continue it to next month if that's how the commission feels. So, but let's continue this discussion if everyone's in agreement and move on with questions of staff at this point. Okay, I'm sorry, I cut you off though. Okay. Todd.
Yeah. So Commissioner Warner's question about actual data. Here's a data point. I have all Go Hermosa records from 2019 to July 2025, and there's a total of 2 reports of unpermitted activity. One report was filed by you, Brian. Another report appears to have been filed by a resident. So, just so you know.
I will say on that token, not all reports are submitted through Go Hermosa.
Understood. That's why I said this is a data point. In regards to, I did go back to the October 2021 meeting and reviewed the recording and the materials. It was very clear from that discussion and the materials that the scope of the subcommittee was focused on what became the court liaison program. So that set of information on the court liaison programs. I'm just curious if there's any more information on the background, rationale, reason for why the scope seems to have expanded to include the volleyball court use policy. I've heard, it sounds like there's concern about unpermitted activity, and I'm still trying to understand what the concern is specifically. So I don't know if the commissioners who are on the subcommittee can elaborate on that, because I know Brian maybe is entering late to the game, but how did we get from just the court liaison program to this proposed volleyball court use policy and other items?
Yeah, I'm happy to let the subcommittee chime in. Just from a staff perspective, typically with subcommittees, works grow depending on one's conversations and workflow sees. But the conversation was created back then by staff and advice that was city management at the time, because it was no record of policy being in place outside of the municipal code as stated in the staff report. And it was needed. And the simple fact is, all use of city public property is a standard practice across municipalities, is to have guidelines and establish rules and regulations for the public to understand what the intended use of that public space is.
And there was none. So is my understanding, if my recollection holds from 2021, that it was always the volleyball court use policy. And in that it encompassed the court liaisons, it encompassed the rules. The code has always had the challenge rule. It was just putting it all in writing so that everyone could understand what the rules were, hours, sunset to sunrise, the other way around, and so forth. So it was just basically putting a policy on paper because it didn't exist.
But I guess I'm still trying to understand what problem or problems is the policy supposed to solve?
Well, there are many problems. We have people that, I don't know who the letter writers are, that have made the comment. I think one of the easiest and most popular complaints that we get are people that go down and attach chairs, set themselves up for the day. And if we don't have something in writing, we don't have a policy, then there is no way to get a CSO to come down there and take care of that issue. There are people that complain about the fact that there are what we might easily call rogue tournaments. And if you live in your house and there are people out front that are having a very large all-day tournament, and you live in a residential area, you do want to call the city. And many people will admit they don't want to be the ones, they don't want their name used because you have all these people in front of their home. But we had to have something in writing so that we knew what the policies were, so that we can change those policies if we want. But like right now, the amount of letters that we got where people said, what's this challenge rule? It's always been here. And then one of the reasons why I feel comfortable saying that is that I called my guru today, Mark Palui, and I said, I'm sorry, Mark, I'm putting you out there, but I said, am I wrong? Because this has been going on for years. And although it isn't something easy to do and it might not be something people like, it's a rule so that other people can come down and play. If you choose to come down to the bottom of 6th Street and plant yourself there all day, which is not unusual, and anyone that says they don't do it, I live at the top of 6th Street. I see it. So all we're trying to do is to set up something that works. And this was what comes out when you have a group that gets together, because there were people that sat in a room saying, well, I have this problem. I want to come down and play, and people come down at 5 o'clock in the morning and they put their chairs down. Okay, well, there's one problem. And then we have another problem of, I have a talent and I want to share it with my friends and my children, and I'm going to charge them money. Well, you can't do that in a residential zone. So these are things that you need to put on paper. We can change those rules, but what you're looking at is a very important document that the city needs to have so that we don't run into problems. And this is way too much, but to get sued or to have somebody call the city and want to sit down with the city manager because they're upset at the fact that this or that happened. So that's what that document is for.
And to further, thank you, Commissioner, and to further elaborate on this response, as Commissioner Elman mentioned, these items are already embedded in our municipal code and already in law into action. The core use policy just further defines what a challenge process is or what it looks like. Because although our residents and our committed residents and community members who are dedicated to volleyball and the volleyball community might understand it, not all visitors, not all residents, not all tourists understand what the volleyball rules and regulations are. And the fact that the city has a public facility and public property that has no adopted policies and rules and regulations is a very uncommon practice and subjects us to potential litigation and risk.
Which again, I understand the court liaison. I'm just asking about the volleyball court use policy because over half of these things are Hermosa Beach Municipal Code. So maybe I'll ask another question. For the items that aren't Hermosa Beach Municipal Code, right? What would policy enforcement actually look like? Because as I understand it, one can only be cited for something that's in the municipal code. Policy alone is not citable.
Correct, and that's something that we're still further evaluating with the code enforcement team, police department, city management. I don't have all the answers today because the Parks and Recreation Department is only responsible for educating, right? We educate the public, we educate our residents and visitors on what is permissible and not permissible. We, as a department and our staff, do not have authority to provide citations. That is up to our police department code enforcement team. So whatever those enforcement efforts are going to be, we would have to coordinate with multiple departments on those efforts.
And given that instruction and unpermitted activity is in the code today, and how many citations have been given for it in the past 5 years? Do we know?
I don't have that number in front of me.
Doesn't seem like a priority. I'll ask one more question about the outdoor fitness permit, just to confirm my understanding. For an outdoor fitness permit, the actual cost to an instructor that the city would receive basically on an annual basis, assuming an instructor instructed all 12 months of the year and paid the $130 monthly per year, paid the business license cost, paid the annual fee, paid the and the business license cost. Those are the two things. The total to the city is basically $161 a month or $1,900 a year per instructor. Do I have that math right?
You're a lot better at math than myself, a vice chairperson, but that sounds accurate.
Okay, good. That's all my questions for now.
Tom?
Sure, I've got some questions. What are we trying to do, or what's the concern about the instruction on the residential courts? Is the concern that the instruction is using up the court time and that people can't get on the court? Or is the concern that there's some revenue that we're passing up that we could be taking advantage of? What's the concern about having instruction and lessons on the court?
I think there's a variety of factors. I think the main concern is that it's breaking the municipal code. It's currently against what's permissible in the city of Hermosa Beach. So that's a problem in itself, that there's violations occurring on public property that needs to be addressed. The notion that staff has mentioned with the outdoor fitness permit program revisions that we would potentially hope to bring at the future commission meeting would allow for this activity that is otherwise unpermissible and subject to a citation now to be permissible, so that way these coaches and these organizations that are providing a community benefit while also making profit as a private business on their end can be legitimized in Hermosa Beach. As well as, of course, permitting programs will bring additional revenue opportunities to a city during a time where, we are having some fiscal challenges.
What does Manhattan Beach do on their residential courts?
Manhattan Beach is operated through LA County.
Do we know what they do with lessons and
I don't have that
instruction?
information in front of me, unfortunately.
When we set up this subcommittee, one of the concerns were these large residential tournaments. And what I'm looking at with this policy and the staff report, have we addressed that at all? have we addressed like the 22nd Street tournament, the 16th Street tournament, these very large tournaments that happen, one weekend over the summer?
Yeah, you're speaking, the city is aware. There's certain events throughout the year that have been embedded in the community for 20, 30 plus years. These are considered administratively as legacy events, which the city staff and department, city management are aware and administratively approve these events or accept these events as legacy events outside of the permitting program.
Well, when you say administratively approve, are they actually coming to the city and asking for permission to do it, or is there something we just know they're doing?
Administratively aware. I'll correct myself.
Okay. So there's nothing in this proposed policy that addresses those tournaments?
No, but recently staff took the special event policy guide updates to the commission and to city council, which were adopted and approved, which allows our park and recreation department and the city to permit legacy events if we elect to.
Okay. The personalization of the courts, I'm not clear on what it is with flags, right? Because one of the policy says you can't have anything higher than the poles. And then the policy also says that, flags are one of the things you can decorate the court with. So are flags going to be permitted or not permitted as proposed in the policy?
And to clarify, these policy recommendations were provided in contribution with the commission subcommittee, the Parks and Recreation Department, as well as the Public Works Department and City Management Office. The flag item is to maintain a standard that no structures or equipment are hovering above the volleyball pole line. So flags ideally could be permitted as long as they're not higher than the pole and they're installed lower than ideally what you see posted today.
I think that's the end of my question, but I do want to jump in on one thing here. I want to say to Barbara and to Tracy and Lisa, who have spent 5 years, not constantly because it was put on hold for a couple of years, that you did an incredible amount of work dealing with what is really the third rail of Hermosa recreation. So I just want to acknowledge the work that was put in.
Oh, thanks.
And I do want to add some more context just so we can have the best conversation tonight regarding the court decoratives and the items as well. Hermosa Beach is unique where they allowed the courts to have their own color schemes, painting, decorative items, and things like that, where other courts in other cities all uniform. They're all painted white, all with white nets from LA County Beaches Harbor, et cetera. We acknowledge, as the staff report mentions, the unique culture in that. And the revisions here, or the policy, I should say here, is not necessarily suggesting any removal of that. It's just having a set standard so that there's no political messaging or any context that goes against the city's values and missions that is posted there. There is some sort of regulation there and set standards that we set forth. And we would work with the community liaisons on that.
First of all, I think everyone in this room deserves an apology for what happened today. It was, I hate to say it, but it was unprofessional and something I never let my grandchildren say, but I will say it wasn't fair. So that is something that we'll need to discuss tonight. There are rules of the road that need to be followed. And I can promise you, and I'm going to say it again, I'm embarrass him, that I do look to Mark Palui for history and the whys and the wherefores and what can we get away with and what's the line. And I think that there are some people in this room that could be asked to step up and be part of the conversation. So something later, but that apology needed to be said now, not later. I will also say though that I'm disappointed in the letters that we got because it was obvious that people were told what to say. And that's always disappointing because I would rather, I pretty much know what the guy in the back of the room with the hat is going to say, but I appreciate it. There's fact and there's history. So just this, we're going to have another meeting probably, and I would really love to hear the personal stories and to understand, your love of the city. But we also have a job to do because there are people that live here that don't love volleyball or don't understand it, and we have a chance to share that. So I'm hoping we can do that. I think there were a couple things in these letters. One was the challenge rule that has always been here. There was something else that we were going to discuss about.
I'm sorry, just to clarify for the public, when we say letters, are we the public comment?
The public
your
comments that
reports?
the e-comments that we got.
Okay.
That was just, that people want to make money on the beach. I'm paraphrasing. And right now, that's against the rules. There are things that we can discuss tonight, but there are other things that we shouldn't because we don't really know the rules of the road. Is there some guidance about what we should be doing tonight?
Tonight's conversation is strictly what's presented in the court use policy.
Okay. I think there's more to be said, but I would really like to hear what some people say. You have your 3 minutes and you deserve it, but I'm just saying that that's how I feel. If you want to come up and say the same thing that the guy in front of you did, that's fine too. But there's a history to be shared, and I would appreciate it.
I agree with you, Barbara. You took the words out of my mouth that there should have been more communication with the residents and the volleyball stakeholders and the court liaisons. And, I remember those meetings that we had back in 2021. And then we went on a years-long hiatus. And then at the direction of the new city manager, this volleyball use, it changed direction. And so here we are, and I echo Commissioner Ellman's sentiments about the apology to the public and the volleyball community that you weren't given more notice. And it shouldn't have happened, in my opinion. But, all we can do is do better and continue the conversation tonight. I had one question about the personalization. We have flags, we have items, we have a lot of things on our polls. Has there ever been any complaint or liability issues that you know of regarding any of the personalization?
I can't answer to the liability aspect, but we have received complaints regarding some of, flags that may have been posted that residents or visitors may deem offensive, that the city has to address. So coming to a standardization in a policy of what we would hope we would work with the community liaisons to not allow anything, as we mentioned, religious affiliated, political affiliated, or deemed offensive.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, let's open it to public comment. Mari.
This is a time for members of the public to address the commission on this item only. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. If you would like for the record, please state your name and city of residency for the record. We will begin with members of the public wishing to provide comment in our chamber. First, we have Cindy Vicks.
I'm not sure this is appropriate, what I want to talk about, but when I heard it was about the meeting, Cindy Vicks, about the volleyball use, I thought, well, this is my opportunity to talk. So anyway, my name is Cindy Vicks. My family has owned a house at 1928 The Strand 100 years. I remember the Biltmore Hotel. It's all part of my history. It'll be 100 years, actually, this February. I love Hermosa. I love every single part of it. It's the beach, of course. The sunsets are great. Now I know more about lawn bowling. That's kind of fun. But it's the ease of living in Hermosa that's most attractive. We've got great neighbors. It's just a wonderful place to live. And as you know, there's a history of how these courts got established. A lot of them were through private permits. And this is the residential part at least. Or they were grandfathered in. But the face of our community has changed, and I appreciate that you're maybe looking into this. Between 19th and 20th Street, which is where I live, some of the time. The majority of the people do not play volleyball. As a matter of fact, right to the right of us is a grandfather whose kids play occasionally, and I think they just use one court, that's all I've seen. But there are 2 courts at this site right now. For years, and I'm just going to tell you the names of the courts because it'll maybe make it easier, there's a court 35, and it was positioned 50 feet from the wall. And it was used and well-maintained for years and years and years. And actually, when it wasn't in use, they used to chain up the net so nobody could use it, which I know sounds horrible. But it was right in front of our house. About 3 or 4 years ago, a group built another court, number 36, in front of our 35. And from my window, I could see what they were doing. I thought, what's going on here? So I went out, and they were actually extremely dismissive of me when I said, wait, you can't just build a court here. And it was not an easy position to be in. These people did not come from the neighborhood, and they, I don't think a lot of them lived in Hermosa. Since then, there has been a significant increase of loud music, tents being put up right in front of our house, right in front of the courts, and they're all-day parties. It's really a party time for visitors. And of course, they see a free court there, they're gonna have a good time, and that makes sense. Oops, 5 more minutes, 5 more seconds. Anyway, I am asking for the committee to somehow consider moving the courts out further to the ocean, because it's now a quarter of a mile. Whereas when I was growing up, there was seaweed coming up through the houses, so the ocean was much closer. So I would propose that you think about that and ask, any questions you might have. I still have 25 seconds.
No, Cindy, thank you.
That's enough, okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Next, we have Ray DeSalt.
Raymond DeSalt, Hermosa Beach, California. First, thank you to staff for working on the proposal, and thank you to the commissioners. I've already heard many, many thoughtful comments, and I greatly appreciate it and the respect for the volleyball community. I believe that this is kind of triggered by an increase in large scale and recurring commercial activities that may be unpermitted. My concern is that in trying to solve a relatively narrow problem in several cases in this proposal, we may unintentionally impact the much larger community that has responsibly organized volleyball traditions for generations. There are kind of 3 different levels. There's people that are just playing casual volleyball. Then there are some resident organized events that are formal, potlucks, birthday parties, memorials, neighborhood gatherings, and longstanding traditions that are not really commercial activities, but merely an opportunity for the community to come together. And then there are recurring commercial operations that may seem to function as businesses that might need to be addressed. I understand the city wanting better tools to regulate these events. My concern is that the proposal doesn't clearly distinguish the 3rd category from the 2nd. In many instances, it's vague and very subjective. For example, for 10 years or more, I've organized a free 4th of July volleyball potluck. Nobody pays, nobody profits. It's simply a gift to the community. It ends up costing me money every year. Likewise, I've seen experienced players invite myself and other people and say, hey, come on, we're gonna do some drills. That would look like a volleyball class is going on, and I'm not sure how staff, based on what's proposed in the policy, would be able to identify as they walk past my potluck, oh, is that a volleyball tournament we need to shut down? Or if there were 4 or 5 of us doing drills on a court, how they would be able to identify that that's not a class, it's a group of people upgrading their skills at volleyball. Interestingly, I noticed that another item on tonight's agenda, I believe it follows this one, addresses park fees. And the fees for the park are addressed with a little bit more nuance, where it recognizes if Nike wanted to rent Valley Park, we'd probably charge them more than if a family wanted to rent the barbecue area for 40 of their family members to have a reunion, which is a nominal fee and a very simple application process. Currently, and I've been proposing for over 15 years, so long before these staff members are here, I'm not blaming them, that we find a way to create a separate permitting process for things like we're discussing tonight that doesn't take a 1 year in advance planning, a footprint for 1,000 people and thousands of dollars in fees, but makes a more nominal, the same type of approach that's done in the park. If a local resident can have their family reunion for 40 people without having to pay $10,000. On court personalization, just to echo a lot of what I heard from you guys, I don't think any of us want to really Walmart Hermosa Beach. It's getting Walmarted whether we can stop it or not on without our help. And I love seeing the different totems, and I've seen American flags up. I've been playing volleyball on this beach for 16 years now, and I've never once seen an offensive item on a volleyball pole. Too late, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'll cut myself off and just say thank you. I really appreciate all of you.
Thanks, Ray.
Next, we have Mark Palui.
How you doing? Thank you, Chairman Horowitz and Vice Chair and Commission. Thank you for your guys' service for the city, and Brian as well, Director. I think everything that was spoken to from the beginning of this is pretty valid, and everything from the city side, obviously from the beach volleyball community side. I think maybe I can propose a solution that we can maybe reel back and kind of start back with the subcommittee and get that started to establish some of the beach rules that Brian was talking about, and make sure we have that set in place, and then go towards the steward positions that are out there that we have currently with a list, and making sure we update that, and then getting those folks in place to help educate the community and be a liaison for the city as well. Once we get those things in place, then we can start going into the other things that are, policies of the city in regards to some of our coaches, clinics and camps and stuff like that in the residential area, and hope to be able to work out a meaningful and impactful solution for both parties, the city and the community, so that it's an easier way to solve these issues. In the past, maybe 2-3 years ago, it didn't seem like it was an issue, and a lot of us were like, we're just kind of going down a rabbit hole of creating something. But I have to agree now that it's getting to a point where it's a little bit more than we would like, or a lot of the community would like, or even the city would like. I think it poses a lot of liability from the city standpoint and from your view, and I can see that. In the community, we think it's just maybe the city trying to overreach a little bit. But I think there's a happy medium ground if we start with those steps and try to get the community educated and the city educated on what we like and what the city needs, and then we come up with some solutions that'll help solve these concerns that both parties have. And I think there's plenty of people here that would be more than happy to help and be a part of that process, and we can get a lot of the solutions done in a meaningful way and impactful way, and help get it across to everybody across the city as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Next, we have Dan Kavanaugh.
Hi, I'm Dan Kavanaugh. I'm court steward for 4 courts, and I help Mark with the Hermosa Open, so I've got a little bit of a stake in what's going on. About 5 years, I don't know how many years ago, I was really excited when they put together this committee of actual volleyball people to come up with the rules for Hermosa Beach. That's what I was told it was. I know Brian and Nick were involved in that. And we had 2 meetings, and it didn't really go anywhere, and every 6 months I'd send an email, what's going on, and so imagine how surprised I was when I found out that this work was going on, but just without the input of this committee, which was made up of court stewards, volleyball players, volleyball coaches, and people that really understand the community. So, and I don't think I know what happens in the city, stuff happens, and like you get a new city manager and things happen. But I just don't understand why it was done without the input of people that are here that really love this community, that love, like I said, Michelle and I will be at the Hermosa Open from the first ball to after, the championship, because we love beach volleyball in Hermosa Beach and we want to help Mark. So I don't think the city intends this, but what it feels like to the people out there is they don't care about our input. And also I hear about all these complaints. I kind of am a little troubled that the complaints can come in 10 different ways. I think everybody should be routed through a complaint system where they should be able to have their anonymity, I can't say that word, but they should be able to be anonymous, but we should be able to mark those. So when Todd asks, like, how many complaints have we got, we should have a number. And you guys are getting complaints. I manage 4 courts. I know what's going on in my courts. If you're getting complaints about stuff that's going on in my courts, why don't you contact me? I can help. I know what's going on. I can probably resolve the issues for you better than you can because you don't know the stakeholders and what's going on. There's some stuff that happens you get complaints about, and maybe you don't understand the other side of the issue, and how could you? But the way you could is working with us. So to me, it's like you're putting the cart before the horse. You want to create these policies for coaching and everything else before you have a good way for coaches to actually get an affordable permit, before you can do it in a place where the city says, you know what, you can't coach in July because we're too busy. You can't work. So we don't have a way for coaches, and we don't have a way for organizations to be put on events like Ray's talking about, but we want to create rules first, and it seems like we should create that before we create the rules. And I'd like to be involved, and I really think that we should take a step back, like Mark said, and have a subcommittee that actually has people that love the beach volleyball community. I appreciate what you guys have said, Barbara. Thank you for saying it. I love what you said to the lawn bowling people, which is we should have this conversation. We should listen. I hope you don't get offended by what I say. I don't get offended by what you says. But I think all these problems are solvable, but we need to do it together because the prevalent opinion from the people in the beach volleyball community right now is the city doesn't care what we think. They don't care about us, and I don't think that's true. So I think there's an easy way to fix that, and I hope we'll work together in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Next, we have Michelle I.
Hi, I'm Michelle Ifiola. I have lived in Hermosa Beach for 14 years now. I've played beach volleyball for 29 years. And when I moved to, I know, Barbara, you said you wanted to hear some backstory, so I wanted to share a little bit more. But I appreciate you all being very supportive and listening and trying to figure out what are the problems that we're trying to solve, because that is what's super important to us too. I am a court steward. I learned today it's not even called that, it's called a court liaison. I've been contacted twice about this. Once was today. Another time was an issue, and we talked to the people that had caused the issue and worked on that. But when I moved here, I never really knew what I was going to be doing with beach volleyball. I first was here when I was 18 years old. I played at some beach volleyball tournament in Ohio and won, and came out here and I was like, this place is a dream. I'll never live here. I forgot about it. And then I happened to move back, and it's been amazing. All of my dreams have come true of beach volleyball. I've also been working full-time as a professional in the meantime. But one of the reasons that those dreams surpassed what I was expecting is because of some of the coaching and the people offering to do drills and giving help and supportive. And Hermosa Beach is the beach volleyball mecca of the world. I mean, we're close with Brazil. If we change the rules, we might not be #1 anymore. So I just wanted to point that out. But our Hermosa spirit, right, is to really be a melting pot of beach volleyball people. And every time there's a tournament here of any kind, the AVP, the Hermosa Open, anything at all, I always see random people that either I already knew, and I go, oh, what are you doing here? Or they're coaching here. Or I meet people and we have 20 mutual friends because they play volleyball in Vancouver or Miami. I had just met a friend from Switzerland yesterday who came here 15 years ago for the 6-man, and he came back again, and he was very welcomed at the courts. And I think that, these rules that we're trying to put in place, we do need to get input from us, the community. And I know, Barbara, you said the messages sounded the same, and I read them, and I know 95% of the people that wrote them, but that's because we're such a tight-knit community. We're a family, and we really want this to work. We love Hermosa Beach, and we want to help you and help us and help the community to have a great experience, to not feel uncomfortable with people putting up tents and music. Like, we don't want that to happen either, believe me. And so as a court liaison, I will tell you, I have addressed some of these issues. There was a chair locked to the net at my beach at 7th Street, and one of my neighbors told me about it. I don't think she felt comfortable addressing it, so I went and talked to the guy. I knew him. I was like, oh, this is a lot easier because I know you. I don't necessarily love to talk about conflict, but let's do this in a reasonable way. I explained, we don't want to create that culture. He hasn't done it since. So I think it's something that if you're working with the court liaisons, then we don't even need to worry about spending all this time. I'm sure you have a lot more important issues to deal with, right, in the city. And if you work with us and Mark and the team, we can make that happen. As Dan said, he and I have been very involved as volunteers to help with the spirit and the sport of beach volleyball in Hermosa. This will be our 3rd year. We volunteer for the Hermosa Beach Open to help give the city that reputation of having beach volleyball, having a great tournament, having professionals, getting revenue. Dan and I, maybe we got paid once, but we didn't get paid much for all the hours that we work. And we had 75 volunteers. I recruit, organize, and schedule all the volunteers and then help with the operations. And then Dan's my partner out on the sand, making sure it happens and gets done in the right way. And we love it. We do it because we love the sport, not for any other reason. And we love the sport because of the way that beach volleyball has been for the centuries that it's been, decades it's been popular here, and we want to keep it that way. So please ask us for input.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Next, we have Michael C.
How you doing? It's Mike Chivarelli, 7th Street, Hermosa Beach. Thank you very much. I echo what both Dan and Mark said about the court liaison and court steward. I'm a court liaison for 5th Street, and I think my biggest concern was seeing these proposals appear to have been developed without meaningful thought from us or asking us our opinion. I think that's what Hermosa Beach and volleyball is all about, is the community. So seeing when you guys put those steward and liaison together, we were excited. We're like, okay, cool, we're gonna have a say in this. And I think bringing that back and maybe having these input talks with us would probably be your best decision. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Shiv.
Hi there, thank you. I'm Megan Bergdorf from 638 Manhattan Avenue in Hermosa. I've lived here 10 years. I'm also assistant coach at Redondo Union for their beach volleyball girls program. Thank you very much for your apology. That was nice. I'm a court steward at 7th Street as well. We were really excited about that program, and I think with the collaboration, we can do some really great things and keep Hermosa Hermosa. I would encourage the commission to postpone any policy changes or proposals to the council and have a committee or a review to gather all of our awesome feedback from our entire community that we have here and not here today that couldn't make it in the short time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dylan Lopez. I'm one of the just newbies to Hermosa Beach. I moved here about 2 years ago. One of the things I was floored about was the community here among the volleyball people. I was astounded by the altruism and like the complete selflessness of the people organizing these rogue tournaments. They take a lot of time out of their day to do this stuff. They do it all for free. They do it all just for the love of the game. I met all my friends. I met this amazing community through this. So I would like to keep this.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Andy Benish, 4th Street in Hermosa Beach. I just wanted to echo what they've been saying. The volleyball community is great. I'm a professional player. I enjoy your beaches every day. You guys have some of the best sand in the world. And I think people from all over the country move here for the sand and for the community. I would like to speak on the commercial activity outside of the permitted zones right now. I do think there's a huge demand. There's people that would love to work with the city and either profit share or pay a higher permit fee and do their business legally. They're just not allowed to do that right now. I tried to look into opening a juniors club last year. I looked at all the how to do it legally, and I think there were some caps. I don't have it in front of me, Brian, but there's some caps on the class size too, and it's not feasible to run. There was a picture from the juniors tournament that happened this past month. Mike and Patty Dodd, who own MB Sand, they run their stuff at Manhattan Beach, but they live on 16th Street in Hermosa. So I think that's a travesty that we have two great volleyball minds that had to go there basically because it was easier to run their business through there. So I just wanted to express that I do think there's huge commercial opportunity in a way that won't affect the residents, like Cindy mentioned. I think people would be fine moving away from the courts, especially for commercial or tournament use. But I would hope the commission decides to expand the permitted zones and work with the business owners and potential business owners that would like to run beach volleyball clubs, both for juniors and for adults. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy.
Hello, I'm Moira McCarthy. I live on 18th Street in Hermosa. I just recently relocated from the East Coast for the purpose of playing beach. What I would say is that overall, it's such a huge part of this community, and from the testimonies earlier about the tournaments that come here, nationally, a huge revenue driver for the city. And because of its importance and its poignance, I think that the volleyball community deserves at least as many people as the lawn bowling community before any decisions are made. And so I would just echo the other sentiments that any sort of decisions or further discussions are postponed to a later date with more advance notice.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alex Sola. First of all, I wanted to say thank you for everyone addressing the challenge of having a regulated open space for everybody. I think that everybody said it pretty clear, from Michelle, Dan. The main thing that I feel so dragged to Hermosa is the community. And for me, the community starts with volleyball, right? A lot of neighbors feel Hermosa, this small neighborhood, you play volleyball or not, you know your neighbors, you walk the Strand, you see each other, you walk your dogs. For me, that community, and for a lot of my people, is volleyball. And we take it very serious, so that's why we pull up with cards and all sort of things. I think that besides even people like Andy, he's an Olympian, so what can he say about the quality of the sand? People training for volleyball across the world, I think that they would love having programs that allow them to be here, regulated with their coaches. I mean, guys, this is the best sand in the world, right? Last but not least, it's very difficult to organize a tournament, to just gather people around, plan accordingly on a weekend, especially if it's during summer. The city has a channel that is formal, expensive, takes time, is not for something, hey, let's put a tournament together between friends on this coming weekend, and let's make sure that we have courts ready. So that's when people start hanging courts, hanging chairs on the nets, and showing up at 7 a.m., putting a hammock, whatever it takes to take the court. There's other cities like Santa Monica. They have a very simple, straightforward program. You take the permit on the same day. You have the courts ready for you. They have a longer-term way of booking for longer tournaments, a year in advance like we have here, but they can fill up other spots when they are available on the same day. I think that would be very practical, something to maybe take a look at. When we don't know about other cities like our neighbors, Santa Monica, Manhattan Beach, etc., we should use that as either successful case or a thing that we don't want to repeat, right? So being aware of other programs, I think that would be important. And if you want to just save some time for the next one, probably keep in mind the possible use of lights during winter within the limits of the nuisance and all the things that have been discussed before, because if we're going to have a final program of volleyball and court use, I think that having the ability of using the courts at night with personal lights or through the city, which is a dream, but it's not going to happen, I think, something to keep in mind as well. Commercial area, ideally, or anything between. One more thing before leaving. Said a lot of things in a very weird order. As Michelle said, you have a community that is ready to give input. Smart people know the issue. They're not only volleyball players, but their neighbors, homeowners, realtors, people that are influenced by different things when it comes to beach volleyball. Count with them, and it's going to be a much better, successful final way of handling the issue. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Eric Baranek. I live in Torrance. I actually grew up in Redondo and got to play against Andy because he went to Palos Verdes. And you don't even know this, but I coach your grandson, Charlie. Yeah. A lot of people that are here I know, but there's so many faces that aren't here. I asked my lawyer to prepare something today because I don't want this just to get passed, and this needs to be kicked down the can, kicked down the road. We can't pass on this right now. So, less than 24 hours ago, I learned for the first time the commission would be voting of the new volleyball court use policy. I respectfully ask that this item be removed from tonight's agenda and brought back through the proper public process, please. First, the proposed policy goes beyond clarification of existing law. HB-MC section 12.20.065 is a brief and general, while this policy introduces detailed new rules, restrictions, and definitions governing court use, instructional activity, and enforcement. These are material policy changes, not administrative updates. Second, the public process has been insufficient. The staff report indicates the commission's only formal action on the matter was forming a subcommittee nearly 6 years ago. Since then, key supporting materials referenced in the report, including attachment 2, were not included in the public agenda packet, limiting meaningful public review. Third, the report states that there's no fiscal impact. However, the proposed changes would directly affect local coaches, small businesses, and families who rely on beach volleyball for their livelihood. Creating real economic consequences are not reflected in that assessment. Finally, the report recommends amending the municipal code to align with this policy. That recommendation confirms that this is not simply policy update, but a change to existing law that should proceed through the full legislative process, including public notice, public input, and city council review. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the commission to postpone consideration of this item to allow it go through the proper public process before any action is taken. I care deeply about beach volleyball. Your grandson is, affected by a lot of the coaches, a lot of the community members. I played in Mark's tournaments, and I've met a lot of friends that are back here through volleyball. And if you go through tonight approving volleyball court, revisions, it's going to dramatically affect many people. And there's a lot of youth out there that need volleyball. So please take that in consideration tonight, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Eric.
Hi, I'm Brandon Joyner. I live on First Street in Hermosa. I'm one of the companies that kind of went over, and we weren't working with the city, and now we are. And I truly think that the people that are going outside of these guidelines are not the issue. I think it's the guidelines themselves. Andy kind of mentioned it, but the number that he was looking for is like when you get a permit, you get a row of volleyball courts. That row consists of 3 courts, but your number is limited to 8 participants in a court and a coach. So with the basics of beach volleyball, like the minimum should be at minimum 12 so that you can actually use all the court space that you're paying a permit for. And then the hours that are set up are just so minimal that like by the time you're done paying your expenses, you're done paying all those fees that Todd brought up, it's impossible for a company to survive. You know, I run a company, Better at Beach, and to be honest, since we've started working with the city, our numbers are barely keeping us afloat. So kind of just echoing what everyone has said is that I think taking a deeper look and going from like understanding what are the policies, why are they put in place, and what can we do to not only help the city, but also help these companies, help these organizations, help these coaches that are doing it to make a living, to move out here to chase a dream or just enjoy the community that everybody has spoken so highly of. And I just hope that we can all work together to try to figure this out, because I do think that there is a middle ground, but it has to be something that I think just makes sense for everybody. So that's all I have.
Thanks, Brandon.
Hi, my name is VC. Thank you for your service. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I live in Hermosa, but I actually spend most of my life literally on a sand court. So I spend a lot of time on the volleyball courts. And it's been such an amazing part of my life. And the way that I wanted to give back to the community was I created a software platform that allowed anyone to create these events and tournaments. That's where Dylan learned to play volleyball. We actually use that software to help raise money for Biggie's dog. So it's something that I did because I just really cared about the volleyball community. I came here today because, like Commissioner Thomas, I wanted to understand what is the purpose of this. Are you trying to protect recreational users, or are you trying to increase revenues? I don't think I've heard the answer. And I would recommend, just like everyone else here has, to create this committee of enthusiastic volleyball players to help you find those answers and solutions, because I don't think the solution is to tax coaches and all these small change situations. I think there's a lot of ideas that we can bring to solve all the problems, and also act as a buffer for the community and you guys, because you guys really don't have to deal with this. We can handle it internally, and we can probably do it better than anyone. So thank you for your service. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chamber who'd like to speak? That might have been everybody. Amari, any virtual hands up?
No hands raised.
Okay, see no virtual comments and no one left in chamber to speak. I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the commission for further discussion.
I would just like to say there is a lot in this. We're talking about unpermitted activity, personalization, and art. I've played volleyball my whole life. I've never heard of challenges. I don't think anyone has ever come to a volleyball court and said, I challenge you. It's just like unheard of. And I'm thinking, okay, where's this coming from? How do people know about these rules? I think a lot of the volleyball communities here, they want to help. They were blindsided by this, and that's not right. You know, you're out there taking care of the courts for the public and the residents here. And I think it would just be a good idea to kind of table this for now until we can figure out everything better and figure out why we're doing this, what we're doing, and how people find out about these rules. I mean, are they posted? I know you said people come to town and should know these rules. Where are they? Will they be posted? And all these considerations we really have to look into and get more feedback from everyone involved, I think. So I'd like to make a motion to postpone this to a future meeting. I'm not quite sure about the subcommittee. Can you bring back a subcommittee? Would that be something that's doable, or?
We haven't dismissed or disbanded the subcommittee.
Okay, so it's still, would that be something you'd be amenable to working with them? I don't know if that's possible, or is there time for that?
Yeah, there's a lot to digest, and I want to appreciate and thank the public comment and extensive e-comments and in-person comments. This is a level of engagement I think all of us at the commission level hope to achieve in all of our items, when a lot of our meetings consist of staff and commissioners and empty chairs. So I appreciate all of your sentiments, and we hear you. I do want to make, the commission tonight is not here to pass any legislative action or policies. That's not what we do as a body here. You are providing recommendations to City Council. Ultimately, any policies or regulations or rules and regulations will be defined and approved from City Council. A public hearing is not required for this item because we are just approving administrative rules for a public facility, which is standard practice for all public facilities, similar to pickleball, tennis courts, things like that. If any municipal code updates are required as part of these rule updates or revisions, then we will come back at a separate council meeting following this review with City Council as a formal public hearing, which a public notice would go out, and we would bring that item back for 2 reviews. So this is a very extensive process, which I want to make clear to one of our residents that brought up the legality, is because there is many meetings to come. This is just one of community engagement and the review process tonight. So if that wasn't clear, I'm happy to clarify that for tonight. So commission, it's really up to you tonight. You can deliberate. You can consider, as staff mentioned, the recommendations tonight and approve them as is to be considered at the City Council. You can provide modifications or recommendations for staff or City Council, I should say, to consider edits to these revisions that you want to propose. Or, as Chairperson Horowitz mentioned, based on the good clause of the unexpected absence and unavailability of our director, who is spearheading this subcommittee and engagement with our liaisons, community liaisons, you can push this meeting to the next Parks and Rec Commission meeting. But either way, this process will need to move forward to City Council.
But if we push it, do we get input from the liaisons? Do we get input from the people that are on the ground?
I think
Or is
staff.
it going to be the same situation a month from now?
It would be up to the purview of our director and city manager, but I don't see why we obviously hear the benefit of engaging the community. I could say the commission can also consider approving these policies and the court use policies tonight and make a recommendation for staff to engage the liaisons prior to the council meeting, in which we can provide City Council all of their input on top of your recommendations. So that is an option as well.
I think it's important to engage with the court liaisons, because when we had our last meeting regarding this policy, a lot of it was directed by our city manager, who everybody knows is a volleyball guy. So the reaction has caught me a little off guard, and I think I would want a little more understanding as to, because the challenge rule is a rule. The court liaisons are still existing, and I'm not frustrated by it by any means. I'm surprised by it a little bit. And I don't know whether it was the lack of communication or maybe it wasn't clear as to what this was about, or if it's just the idea of taking what already is and writing it down and making it formal. I don't, and since we can't really engage in this format, I'm not really sure I understand the pushback, and I would like to. And whether that's, whether that's done after this meeting and before council, I think it's just important that it be done.
Yeah, understandably so. And I do want to clarify and make things clear to the public tonight that regardless of how we move forward, this item is going to go to City Council for consideration for policy updates or amendments if necessary, if they elect to. But the simple fact is the volleyball core use policy contains a lot of language that's already adopted in our municipal code. So I do want to reiterate, the challenge process that we've received a lot of public comment and e-comments about is already in existence. It's not something we're creating, we're just defining what that means. So any non-volleyball or resident or non-resident or visitor knows exactly what the rules are because it is already established and enforceable.
May I request the floor, please?
As well as the unpermitted activity, that's already enforceable today. So these coaches and classes and tournaments and clinics that are operating for profit, for compensation, can already receive a citation tomorrow if code enforcement elects to. I just want to reiterate, these are not things that we are creating, these are already in the code.
And I want to reiterate as well that the outdoor fitness program and that idea of allowing it in the residential zone is not, that would be on a future agenda item. That
Correct.
isn't something that we're deciding or discussing in depth tonight because it needs to be on an agendized item at a future date.
Correct, and we are taking consideration of how to make that as feasible as possible to accommodate, as one of our public comment members mentioned. Right now, our outdoor fitness permit program is very restricted in the hours, how many attendees. We're going to be proposing, and I can't go into detail because it's not agendized, structured tier processing to allow for larger group, for more hours, more availability to help meet the demands of these organizations and coaches.
So when that item comes to the agenda, it would be the same sort of situation where you'd have the opportunity to speak in public comment and provide input on that. So Todd had a comment.
Yeah, to the point about the challenge, I mean, there's so many public comments about challenges, and I understand challenges may have been a thing when the municipal code is written, but perhaps we should consider just striking the challenge part from the municipal code as part of it because the public seems to generally be against it, right? And nobody's rarely or ever seen it done. So, and furthermore, I still think, the problem statements have not been very clear. If it's breaking municipal code and we're not enforcing it, there's probably a different reason than the fact that we don't have a policy. We're not enforcing it, right? Wordsmithing the HPMC to remove the compensation thing just trades one ambiguity for another when it comes to instruction. The lack of overall community engagement here is so significant that, I feel like we should, I believe we should reject both of these things and say they should not go to council. They should go back to committee, right? Back to committee for discussion with the public and stakeholders who are, highly interested in this topic, right? And weren't given the chance to contribute towards it, at least not in the last 3 years.
I appreciate your comments. Thank you, Vice Chairperson. The commission does not have the authority tonight to strike this and not take this to City Council. It will go to City Council. Your motion can be you do not support the recommendations for a volleyball court use policy. You're more entitled to do so as a commission, vote on that, but it will go to City Council for consideration. I'm sorry you feel that the reasoning for this has not been answered, but I will reiterate that this is based on the fact that there is no record and no policies or guidelines in place for the use of a public facility. That is not a standard practice in municipalities or city operations. All of our other public cities in the city have guidelines, rules, and regulations for its use. So residents, non-residents, visitors, et cetera, know how to operate within that space. This is following standard practice, as well as identifying other core key factors and issues, as we mentioned, with unpermitted activity, standardization of what's permissible on the courts in the residential zone, as well as all the variety of issues that we've mentioned, on top of the risk factor that we have to have a legitimized standard for public facilities to potentially avoid risk and
But
litigation.
why
Because
is,
at the end
why
of the
is
day,
not having a standard a problem, though? That's what I don't, I get
because
that,
it is a public facility.
but what's the
And it opens the
problem?
city to litigation and risks. And
But you
at the
said
end of the
everything's
day,
already in
all
the municipal
public,
code.
at the end of the day, all residential courts, although the stewards voluntarily donate their resources and either financially or equipment-wise to put in public facilities, volleyball courts, lines, antennas, nets, et cetera, those are donations, those are considered
it.
city property.
I get it about the court liaison program.
We've
And we're
also
held
been
liable,
given,
we're held liable for all courts.
we've also been given direction by at least 2 city managers to do this. So
Right, but why? Like, the community, the public deserves to know why. The court liaison program is makes total sense. We've got this public infrastructure maintained by volunteers of the city. We want to establish some standards and a program around it. Even on that meeting recording in 2021, it was mentioned that the list of court stewards was lost. The file was lost, so we need to rebuild the file. So I get that. That's one page. That page, I get it. But clearly, community has not provided input to that, and it should. The volleyball court use policy page, that one, I'm still searching for the answer as to what the problems are we're trying to solve. But it's okay. I'm not going to go to the next tonight. I'm going to put that to bed. I'll let the other commissioners deliberate, although I'm prepared to make a motion to not support this.
I'm going to move to the other commissioners first.
I
Tom?
will say public meetings like this are an opportunity to engage the public. The city brings a variety of items before commission and council that we do not go knocking on every door and for public participation noticing. We're technically only required to do public noticing for public hearing items.
Right.
But I definitely don't disagree that our community input matters.
Yeah, and there was a subcommittee, and I think any person out there who hears there's a subcommittee thinks, oh, the subcommittee probably meets and gets together and does things. In this case, there's no evidence that was really done in the last 3 years at all. So,
Tom?
I don't think we're as far away from coming to some sensible policy changes as we're kind of describing. This is not in a condition tonight to approve or disapprove. There are clearly some things that need to go back, get some input from the people who are volunteering to provide that input, and to those of you who volunteered, when you are called, please show up. Sorry, so we don't have to go through this again. But there's also some urgency to this. We've had, since we set the subcommittee up 5 years ago, we've got more large tournaments than we did 5 years ago. We've got more, flags, that sort of personalization than we did 5 years ago. We have more commercialization on the courts than we did 5 years ago. We probably have the same level of instruction. The only improvement I can say for sure we have is that the courts are not being locked down, and that's, I think, directly the liaisons. So the liaisons are effective. So let's go deal with them. I would say let's put this off for a month, and in that month, I would ask that staff reach out to, you got 3 or 4 people right here. Some of them are very well known, and ask them to come in for a couple of afternoons and hash through this so that it's in a more final phase when it comes back to us in September, and then we can give council some recommendations.
Sorry. I just think this is so funny. Okay. I know this is going to go to council, and they're going to find out that it's a 3-2 vote, 4-1 vote, whatever. And I will not be supporting what we have here. Do not clap. But I am offended by the fact that so many people are just like, oh, I don't understand what the big problem is. I was down on the beach a number of weeks ago at 7:30, 8 o'clock, ran into the city manager. And the sense of ownership that happens on the courts is ridiculous. And the fact that someone would argue with the city manager gave me a sense of validation, like it's not just me. So we're not, again, I've apologized. I believe you all have something to share, and we should have done a better job of this. But there are some people in this room that have been extraordinarily rude, have been asked not to run a business the way they are, and they have their sense of disrespect is shocking. I won't use names because I don't want to embarrass anyone, and I don't want to embarrass staff. But keep that in mind when you're going to volunteer to be part of this process, that there's give and take, and we have to reach out to the residents. It took a lot of guts for you guys to be here tonight, and I am very impressed, and I think that we should ask the residents to be part of this, to know what the problem is. The fact that someone would think it would just be okay to put a light up and light up the beach, that is going to get a lot of residents in their knickers in a knot. I can't think of a better word. There is a lot to be done here, and I don't think a month is enough, but I would suggest that if you want to be part of the process, that you send an email to the city, to staff. We can give them an email address and let us know that you're interested. You have, a number of hours to give, and we could all be in the same room and hear the whys and the wherefores of how we can make this work. But I do not think that a public beach is a place for someone to decide that's how they're going to make their living. I think there's a lot to be said to that. So keep that in mind also, that I don't want to go too much more because that's not what we're here for. But these are all things that need to be discussed. I do think, and it was my understanding, that a lot of the stewards, whatever we're going to call you guys, did not want their phone number and their name out in public. And so my idea to that was it has to go to staff. We have to know who's in charge of court 3, 4, 5, and 6. It doesn't have to be a public thing, but we need to know who to contact. And I think it's great that you're willing to approach people that have taken a sense of ownership and put a chair up on a net or thrown all their balls on the court at 4 o'clock in the afternoon because they're going to have a class at 6. So those are just so you know where I'm coming from. I am frustrated over the fact that there has been disrespect to staff when people have broken the rules and changed the rules. You don't like the challenge rule? Then let's change it. But it's been here for years, and the reason why I know that is that past council members have said, well, I don't understand what everybody's so upset about. We have a challenge rule. So it's been here for 20 or 30 years. You're young. You don't like it, that's great. We'll change it. We can come up with something. I'm saying that while my husband's watching because he's laughing at me right now. I don't care. It's not that I don't care. There are changes that should be made. This is 2026, and let's update things. But keep in the back of your mind, the sense of ownership really needs to change. Just because you've gone to the bottom of 6th Street for the last year or two doesn't give you ownership of that. And I don't care if you are a court steward or a court liaison. You do not own that beach. It is public, and it should be treated that way. So, but I will not vote to send this forward to City Council to have them think that we agree on this, because no, too much time has gone by. It's been a number of years, and we need to revisit it. So that's where I am.
Brian, is there a date that this is going to council? Do we have a date for the city council meeting yet?
I can look into it if you want to get back to me. I just have to look through our future agenda
Okay, I'm just curious, like if we have time to schedule this and.
I mean, we could move we can move that council meeting to the following council meeting.
Okay.
If there's,
Thank you.
there's availability in the agenda.
Okay.
But if the commission is electing to continue this discussion at a future meeting, it would
It
need
needs
to
to be
come back
September.
and designate it specifically for the September meeting. And we need to publicly state that.
Okay. I agree with a lot that Commissioner Ellman said. I would like to hear constructively what the community wants, because I don't know that I really heard that tonight or in the emails that we did receive, other than you don't like it. So let's work together to figure out what that is. Tom made a motion to continue this. Yes? Did I hear you right?
I would make a motion to continue it and, for staff to somehow figure out how to reach out to the people who want to be involved. Come back in September.
Okay. I will second your motion, just being very specific that we will continue this to our September 1st meeting.
Does this, does this motion basically say we're not supporting it? I'm kind of confused about what continuing actually means.
No, to continue the conversation, if I may. The volleyball court use policy will continue in some iteration. The idea that it's not going to happen doesn't, like I said, we've been given directions to do this for 5 years. So the actual policy will exist in some form, but let's have a month to have a bigger, more a dialogue and not just a monologue, and continue on what Commissioner Allen was saying. Yeah. So I'll second Tom's motion. Give Amari a moment.
Voting is now open.
I want to thank everybody in the commission for the conversation, for Brian for being so well prepared, and for everybody for showing up and speaking.
Challenge you all to stay till the end of the meeting. It's going to get crazy in a few minutes.
Lots of good stuff to come.
Voting is now closed. Motion carried, 3-2.
Okay, we'll be back in September, September 1. Thank you all. Okay, we're going to move on to matters for commissioner consideration. Item 10C, approval of the commencement of long-term agreement negotiations.
I don't think I printed it.
Before I turn it over, I have to find my map. Kaylin, we're going to give you a second. Okay. Kaylin and Austin.
Just wait for the presentation to be pulled up. You can stand the whole time, Vice Chair, if you want. All right. Tonight's item is staff's recommendation to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission to consider approval of the commencement of long-term agreement negotiations with 11 organizations outlined in the staff report for 2027 through 2029. Next slide. Staff encouraged all 10 event representatives with current agreements set to expire in 2026 to submit a formal application by February 28th, 2026. All 10 have submitted along with one new LTA application, which was submitted on July 14th, 2026. The requested dates, which can be found in attachments 1 through 11, are not confirmed at this stage of the LTA review process. Next slide. On the slide before you and listed in Table 1 in the staff report are the 11 organizations who submitted LTA applications. Event details for each event can be found in their corresponding application, which again are attachments 1 through 11. Next slide. If Commission approves initiating negotiations, event dates and fees would be determined through such negotiations, and staff would return to Council for approval of the agreement. This does conclude my verbal staff report, and Austin and I are here to answer any questions the Commission may have.
Thank you, Kaylin. Really quick, I just want to address the commission that I did speak to Director Nichols today, and we do want to hear from any event producer that's here. We would like them to maybe limit their comments to 3 to 5 minutes. That would be really helpful, and that just as a reminder to us that this is an opportunity for us to say yes or no to the long-term agreement, but that all negotiations would be handled by staff as to the details. So just a reminder in that. So, sorry to hijack that. Any questions for staff? Please.
The dates.
Yes.
If we approve entering into negotiations, and there's dates that are being requested here that would run afoul of our monthly limits, are you assuring me that we won't approve that date as part of the negotiation? And this isn't hypothetical. September. We are over the limit in September. If we were to approve the new long-term agreement with the SoCal Beach Foundation and give them a tournament in September, we would be exceeding our 15-day limit. And I don't want to vote for that. Are you assuring me that that your negotiations will be with them to say, let's put it in November, or let's put it in October?
Yeah, I'll let Kaylin touch on most of the points. I just want to reiterate, entering into negotiation doesn't necessarily approve. We're not approving the long-term agreement. We're just basically approving their application to enter into a negotiation. So you're right, correct, Commissioner Maroney. Just because an event producer has requested specific dates, staff can deny specific dates within the negotiation process.
All right, and my question to staff is, will you do that? Are you going to approve a long-term agreement that violates our monthly limits?
We couldn't do that without an exception to the policy.
So you'd come back to us?
We would have to.
All right.
Any other questions for staff?
Yeah, I was, just need some clarification on this. The LTA program provides an opportunity for event fees to be subsidized with a decrease or elimination through negotiation process between the city and the organization. What does that mean?
So basically in the past, for example, let's look at the 2024 through 2026. The event producers would work with city staff to say, if direct costs would be waived or indirect costs. So I'm just going to make something up here. Someone could ask for their event category fees to be waived, but they would still have to pay direct costs like an amplified sound permit, parking costs, and stuff like that. So that's where we would get into the negotiation of the fees. And it's all written out in their long-term agreement, which fees are waived and which fees the event producers would be responsible for paying.
Is that?
Did that answer your question?
Yeah, so it's at the discretion of staff, correct?
Correct, yes. Okay. We would negotiate with the event producers.
And before, was it at the discretion of the commission? Or how did it work before? I mean...
The negotiation commencement went forth through city council. So city council would approve us to enter negotiations. With the special event policy guide update, it now comes to the city council to initiate that, so we're not subsequently going to council twice for the commencement and to bring the final agreement. But the LTA, as Kaylin mentioned, allows for staff to consider fee waivers of any of the indirect or direct costs in negotiation with the event producer, or otherwise the special event permit program requires all indirect or direct associated costs to that tournament to be paid unless city council elected to waive those.
Well, the city council would know about these negotiations?
Correct. So if commission approves the negotiations tonight, we would go into negotiation with the event producers, and then the long-term agreements, once a nullified, agreed-upon agreement comes into draft, we would take that draft agreement to council for review and approval.
Okay, so there's another level of scrutiny, right?
Yes. Go
And
ahead.
it just expedites the process, is that?
Correct, yeah. So we, like Manager Sousa said, we used to take it here and then to council for the commencement, and then we would take it back. Would we go over the actual applications, or sorry, the negotiations with commission? I'm trying to, sorry.
So yeah, we would go to commission first for the commencement of the negotiations, and then we would negotiate with the organization. Sorry, commission first, and then we go to council for them to recommend negotiations, and then we would negotiate with the organization and bring the final agreement to council.
Yeah, so, so to summarize, commission would review the applications, but the negotiation would be commenced by council, and the actual agreement is approved by council.
When we developed this program, the whole idea was to just streamline it. No need to come back again. So that way, it's one less thing that it's speedier for the group.
Okay.
I had questions around this area because given the latest revisions to the special event policy guide and process we've been discussing, where does staff get their guidance for terms to negotiate, specifically in regards to which fees to waive?
Yeah, the terms of the negotiations, if it's a returning event or a returning agreement, those negotiations for what's waived and not is based on the historical practice. For any new application, it's just under the discretion and direction of the department director, and ultimately authority and approval from city council. I can say confidently with the, if anyone's been attending city council meetings, there is more financial hardship that's being witnessed within our city budget. And it seems council is going to have more of a purview to what they're allowing and permitting as fees waived or not waived.
Yeah, I found a really interesting record from a December council meeting that details the current long-term agreements and the fees waived. And so, as an example, for Commissioner Warner, the Santa Stroll, the fee waiver for the Santa Stroll, as part of the long-term agreement, the Pier Plaza fee of $14,000 was waived, which means the Santa Stroll paid $3,500 in, not including parking and staff time and all police and all that, like kind of the typical fees, right? So if you look at all 10 of them, for everybody's information, the majority of these are waiving the Pier Plaza fee of $14,000. And if you look at the subsidy we're providing through these LTAs, it's about $100,000 or more. With the new, we have a new policy, so we have a new calculation for what the fees would be owed. I was just curious, how staff is going to decide what sounds like maybe historical precedent is the way that would be decided. Knowing obviously that it will go to council for their review. I think that's effectively the only question I had on this one.
Yeah, and I think Coordinator Kamerly has a table available for what previous fee waivers were, if that's necessary. But for any returning events, if it's negotiated, as the event producer requests the city to have the same subsidies as their previous agreement, the city would probably bring that recommendation to city council and let them decide if we want to continue waiving the Pier Plaza promotion or the Pier Plaza use fee, or
which is now
or
$5,000
subsidizing
less.
only 25%, 50%. Like, what does that look like?
Pier Plaza fee is now $5,000 less than it was, so these event producers may have to pay at least $5,000 to get the equivalent. Two other questions. What other event producers do we have an active LTA or with whom we're negotiating besides the 3 volleyball tournaments? Are there any others besides? So there's 10 plus 3 plus one new one, or sorry, 10 plus 3. Are there any others?
We just approved Hope Chapel.
Okay.
We approved Hope Chapel, City Council approved their final agreement in January.
Okay. And then will all these LTAs go in a bundle? Do we expect all these LTAs, once negotiated, terms are negotiated, will they go in a bundle to City Council, or are they just going to go as they're ready, as they're finalized?
That would be the goal just for staff time and resources, and City Council's agendas are getting very compacted. The goal would be to complete all negotiations and bring them together.
Okay, great, thanks.
Barbara, Tom, any questions?
No.
Okay. Do we have any, there's no event producer in front of us. Are there any event producers on the line?
No event producers online.
Okay. Let's open it for public comment. Seeing no one in front of us. Are there any virtual hands raised?
No virtual hands raised.
Okay, then I will close public comment and bring it back to the commission for a discussion and or a motion.
I think this is one of the better, one of my favorite programs that was developed because it does streamline things for the event producers and has allowed us to thank the ones that follow through. So I'll pat us on the back for this program and for staff being creative enough to get them all together, negotiate with each event producer. But I think this is a great way for us to thank the event producers. To get one of these just says that we have faith and that you followed through and we haven't had any problems. And I think it's a great program, and I'm looking forward to approving all of these myself.
May I request the floor? Not that I don't disagree with that. I guess the question is, how much is that worth, right? Because if you look at this LTA program, while I understand some of the rationale about it, it does significantly subsidize these events to the point where I wonder if half of these would even be able to go if they didn't have such a big subsidy. And that does present a pretty big blocker to any new events. Because basically, if you got an LTA, you're going to save $15,000 that otherwise you have to pay, which maybe that's what it's worth for being a repeated good. But I think it's just something we need to think about when looking at this list of events.
But again, like I said earlier, our purview here is to either recommend to council or not the ability for staff to enter into a long-term agreement negotiation, not the fees. And I think you've made your point, which is a valid point. But to Barbara's point, these are all really good event producers and good partners with the city. And we have to trust staff and city council to decide where the fees lie.
Yeah, I guess I bring it up wondering whether the LTA program makes things less equitable for event producers.
But another thing that it does is allows them to pick their dates for 3 years running. So, and as long as they don't violate the limits in our monthly calendar, it streamlines all of those decisions for staff, for the event producers, for the city.
And for
moving
other
forward.
event producers that are coming, they're going to find out their date sooner because we have these LTAs. We know exactly what's going on the calendar for 3 years. That is worth something. And I think if you or anyone has any concerns about, what you think maybe is, overkill or not enough, that's what emails and attending the meetings are for.
Yeah, I would just reiterate, and I definitely understand Vice Chairperson's concerns with the financial status of some of these agreements. And I think, as I mentioned, I think City Council's fiscal responsibility right now to the budget and how to manage the budget this fiscal year and next fiscal year, they will look at all of these LTAs and consider what fees the city is going to approve to waive or not. And public comment is always welcomed. You're welcome to do so. And you're also welcome tonight to pull one of these or a couple of these and have a further discussion on their application, or approve all of them as is.
I think there's,
Can I ask something on that note, when you send the information to the council, does it say the amount that it's being subsidized for? And, that's at your discretion, right?
It will. There's always either a table or in the agreement what indirect or direct fees are not absorbed, waived, or at the expense of the event producer.
And personally, I think sometimes there's a bigger picture that maybe there's a fee waived, but you brought up the Santa Stroll, and 1,200 people show up, and those 1,200 people are going to eat and be entertained here in Hermosa. So there is sometimes a bigger economic impact than maybe waiving a fee. My 2 cents.
does anyone want to pull any, or?
Does anybody want to pull any of the events for further discussion? I do not need to.
I don't either. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to approve the commencement of long-term agreements for the 2027 to 2029 special events. All of the events.
I'll second.
Voting is now open. Voting is now closed. Motion carried, 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 10D, consideration of park reservation fee updates. Brian.
All right, thank you, Chair. We'll go ahead and load up the presentation for this item. Thank you to our special events and filming team.
Yes, thank you.
1907. 1907. Yeah.
All right. Tonight's item is consideration of park reservation fee updates. Next slide. Commission recommendation tonight is commission can consider a recommendation to City Council to consider approval of 4 listed options for you to consider tonight. Option 1, which is an increase to the resident park reservation fee to $100 with a $29 application for a 4-hour reservation. Or option 2, which is an increase to the resident park reservation fee rate to $121, including the $29 application fee for a 4-hour reservation. And to consider an update to the park reservation policy to allow for non-resident park reservation at a rate of $200 with the applicable $29 application fee for a 4-hour reservation. And consider the addition of adding Seaview Park and Fort's Lots of Fun Park as eligible locations for the park reservation program. Next slide. Some background on this item. The Parks and Recreation Department, as we know, oversees park reservations in Hermosa Beach. Currently, there are 6 parks that are eligible for park reservations: Valley Park, Bicentennial Park, Greenwood Park, South Park, Clark Field, and Edith Rodaway Park. Historically, I will add context, historically, we've only received predominantly interest and applications for park reservations at Valley Park and South Park out of this group. The current park reservation fee is adjusted annually based on the Consumer Price Index, or CPI. However, no substantive or substance fee adjustments have been incurred or made by city staff or recommended in the past 20 years. Next slide. Here is a table which is included in the staff report, which reviews the park reservations tasks and direct costs associated with park reservations. This estimated total direct cost allocates 5 hours of time, staff resource times, estimated $141.51 to $146.97. Next slide. Some options for the fee updates. So option 1 is to resident increase the resident park reservation rate, which is currently set at $58 to $100. Or option 2 for commission to consider for council approval is the resident park reservation rate to increase the current rate $58 to $121. This rate does not include the add-ons of the $29 bounce house fee and the $29 fire pit reservation fee. Next slide. The current park reservation policy, which is included as attachment 2, only permits residents to reserve the park reservations, which limits both revenue opportunities and access for South Bay community members to obtain a reservation. Therefore, staff recommends to modify the park reservation policy to allow for a non-residential reservations and fee at an increased rate of $200 for a 4-hour reservation, plus the existing $29 application fee. Included in Table 2, you'll see is the total annual park reservations from 2023 to 2026 in Hermosa Beach at our 2 predominant parks for reservations, South Park and Valley Park. Next slide. Estimated annual revenue, increasing the annual fee of $58 to $100 could generate approximately $7,000 in additional annual revenue, totaling $26,000 annually. The $58 fee increase to $121 approximate generation is not determined at this time, but we estimate it can produce additionally somewhere between $8,000 and $11,000 annually. In additional revenue on top of what's annually contributed already. And it's important to note that if approved, the amount of additional revenue is to be determined based on the non-resident demand for park reservations if this commission and city council would elect to consider a non-resident rate. Next slide. So for commission consideration tonight, as mentioned, you can consider option 1, which is a recommendation to city council to recommend an increase to the resident park reservation fee of $100 with the already incurred $29 application fee, or option 2, which is an increase to the residential fee from $100 to $121 with attaching the $29 application fee, as well as consider an update to the park reservation policy to allow for non-residential park reservation rate at $200, and the inclusion of Seaview Park and Fort Slots Fund to be eligible as location of the park reservations. Or option 5 is provide alternative recommendations for city council consideration. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Tom, any questions for Brian?
Brian, in your staff report, you say we have the possibility of making reservations at these other parks. Historically, we've only done it Valley or South Park. The rules and regulations actually limit it to Valley. You're gonna change that or not? Are we gonna say these other 6 parks are available, Bicentennial, Greenwood, South, Clark?
Yeah, great question. Happy to clarify. So actually, these locations are defined in the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code. So in Municipal Code 12.28.050 park reservations, it says park reservations shall be submitted to the department and can be made for the following parks only: Valley Park, Bicentennial, Greenwood, South Park, Clark, Edith. So if we elect to, with commission and council approval, to add Fort Slots Fund and Seaview, it would require the municipal code update to add those park reservations to those locations.
My question is, are you going to amend the park reservation policy, the first bullet point, to include those other parks? I mean, maybe that's why you're not getting any requests for reservations.
Let me pull this up. Yeah, we probably should update that. I'm glad you caught that. We are actively promoting Valley Park and South Park. I think inherently it looks like we're dismissing the other parks from reservations, but according to the code, you are eligible to reserve tables at those locations.
So am I?
So yes, we would update that policy.
Because I would think Clark Field would be very popular. I don't have any other questions.
Now that we know that you can have a gathering at like Bicentennial Park, which is truly not set up for any kind of a gathering other than bring your own chair, that's something that if we're going to offer a park to have an event, it should be event ready. And that park definitely offers nothing other than a bunch of grass. So my question is, now that we could be getting phone calls, is that something that you're going to be looking at of whether or not an area is appropriate?
Yeah, I don't have the exact year of when this code was adopted. I know there's some reference in the code of 2016, and 1996 was the prior code, whenever these 6 locations was adopted. Currently, you are correct, like Bicentennial Park isn't available, actually isn't possible to do a park reservation because there's no picnic tables there. There is projects on the back end that the city are considering enhancement potentials, such as a picnic tables at Bicentennial, but that is all preliminary and I can't go further into that. But obviously, if anybody wanted to reserve the space, they would have to have the amenities to be able to do so.
And one of the rules is not that you have to have a working restroom within that area, because Bicentennial Park does not have
Currently
one.
isn't a required amenity.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Most park reservations, sorry to interrupt, Commissioner.
No problem.
Most park reservations, the amenities that are, mostly it's just the picnic table reservations as well as like a barbecue pit. Valley Park is unique because you can get a park reservation and have an add-on for the amphitheater, for a bounce house, or the fire pit for barbecue area too.
And Valley Park is the only place you can have a bounce house.
Correct.
Okay, just want to be sure I didn't miss that. I think right now that's my only, I was just concerned about that. And then we can talk about Seaview Park and Fort Lots of Fun. This is an area that I lived in when I had small children. Is there a rule of how much open space? I mean, these are especially Fort Lots of Fun is an extraordinarily small park. Are we considering what would happen to the people that live nearby that are used to using this toddler park? Have we had any time to consider that?
Yeah, the park reservations allow for anybody up to 25 people, so that would be the largest a group that would permit in that location. Seaview and Fort's Lots of Fun has 2 picnic tables only at that location, so large group outings would probably be more difficult than what you could achieve like at Valley Park, for example. We haven't engaged the community directly, but I can say as a testimony today, I was at the parks just checking them out, part of our park checks, and some of the visitors at Fort's Lots of Fun, they always ask, what are you guys doing? They see the badge. And I said, just taking photos of the picnic tables and seeing the conditions as we're considering allowing park reservations for birthday parties, et cetera, at this park. They were ecstatic with the idea. At least, that's a small sample size, but it was feedback that we received and they loved the idea. And we received the same feedback at Seaview Park when we went there as well.
Well, thank goodness we put that.
And Seaview has a gazebo too, which would add to the ambiance as well.
All right, thank you.
Have there been requests for reservations at Seaview and Fort Lots of Fun?
To my knowledge, no, not really. Maybe once in a blue moon, but not predominantly, no.
And is there, looking at the table of the number of reservations from 2023 to present, you can see that Valley Park has declined. Is that because of availability for the areas or just lack of interest?
We're in Valley Park, correct?
South Park.
South Park.
Well, I said
And
Valley,
also Valley
but
Park, you're
yeah,
right.
both.
Yeah, it's
Mostly Valley.
Yeah.
I lost my tip.
South Park increased from 2025 to 2026, but Valley Park decreased.
Yeah.
I can't really say. I mean, you could look at economic factors. You
Or
can
the
look
fact
at
that we were still coming out of COVID, that people were like, oh, I want to have my party outside at a park back in '23. And
It's only half a year in 2026.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Well,
also,
true.
you know, the park reservation
Good point.
program, its benefit is it allows prior reservation of the space. So a family knows, or patrons know, that they'll have those tables available on that specific Saturday, Sunday, Friday, et cetera. Where otherwise those tables are open and free to the public for drop-in. So if there's not a reservation, you can use the space as is.
you're allowed to have a party.
Yeah, so
you
people
just are
can
going
have
to
a
have
birthday
it.
party if the tables are available and not
And
reserved without a permit.
Tom just made a good point thank you for pointing out the obvious here, that the 2026 number is only up to July 1st. So that number is bound to increase, seeing as there's more months of the year.
That's good perspective.
My bad.
So we are doing very well.
You're doing very well. Todd, any questions?
Yeah. Did you consider a picnic table liaison? I'm sorry. No, just kidding.
I do appreciate that comment.
All right. So what is the background or rationale for the application fee being called out separately as opposed to just rolled into the cost? I was curious. Like, it made a point in all the staff report. I just wasn't sure why application fee matters if you just say it's, you know.
Yeah, it's just a standard practice. Most of all of our permitting in other areas require a separate application fee to what the direct or indirect costs associated to that permit are. It's just a common practice that we do. That's common across most municipalities, honestly.
Yeah.
In Parks and Rec Department, there's no real rhyme or reason except it's just always been that way.
Okay. And I did want to also just make a comment that I super appreciate the work breakdown structure is what I would call that table of exactly the tasks, what it takes, and what it costs. Like that is the type of information that I find very helpful. My second question is there any historical record, even anecdotally, of non-resident demand for park reservations?
Our frontline team would probably have more information on this, but we do receive, occasionally requests for park reservations, and then when they submit their application, or either physically or come into the office or by phone, and then they mention, or we mention the requirements of being a resident, then they're like, oh, they're disappointed. So we definitely do receive those calls and vet those calls, and I'm confident based on my conversations with our full-time team and our office team that we will see an increase of reservations and revenue by adding the non-resident rate.
Okay. And then I think my third question is, can the new RecTech system be configured to support these reservations?
It can.
Can I just say that I'm very comfortable that people outside the city will make reservations, because I am asked all the time if I will make a reservation. I'm like, oh, no. Oh, no. But yes, I'm thrilled that we're offering this to people outside the city.
Yeah, and how come we never did that before? Is it just,
It's just one of those things where at Hermosa Beach, it's just how it's always been done, to be transparent. I think we're a lot more fiscally conscious and on one end of trying to generate more revenue for the city to keep resources afloat for the community, but also looking at what is the true community needs and benefits. And I think looking at our table of reservations throughout the years, there are plenty of days and availability still to meet a non-residential demand. Unlike, for a comparison, pickleball, which we see no demand, we see too much demand from residents where we can't accommodate non-residents at this time.
right? And I guess my one concern when Commissioner Ellman was talking about Fort Lots of Fun and Seaview is that they're so tiny. So if you have this group of 25 people, they pretty much take over the park. And I'm wondering, is that a concern to residents?
Well, they do it anyway.
Yeah.
When you drive by, you see the balloons and everything. This way, it's just planned.
Yeah.
Whether or not you think that's a good thing or not, but they still do have the parties up there. Guilty.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to limit it within that 25-person scope. I mean, they are small neighborhood parks. I think why we probably haven't, if I had to assume based on my professional experience, why we haven't received interest in it, because they're tucked away neighborhood parks. A lot of residents aren't aware of those, and they go to our flagship parks that are South Park, Clarkfield, and Valley Park. And I think just having that promotional and adding it to the program might draw up interest. And I think the people that go to Seaview Park, Fort's Lots of Fun, Edith, they're very connected to those parks. They don't go to Valley and South Park, I'm assuming. That's an assumption. They like their small neighborhood park. They're more or less geared towards toddler and infant age. They're your, 1 to 6 year old parks and some features that are 6 to 12. So we could see birthday parties being supportive. The picnic tables at Fort's Lots of Fun, there's 2 tables there. They're on the far west end of the fence line, so it is a way to segment that portion of the park without interfering with the main playground or the east end of the park, as well as Seaview Park. We have 1 picnic table near the south end by the fence where the View School is, and then the 1 table that's on the little hill north end under the gazebo. Those 2 are out of the way of the general playground area, so at least doing this would seemingly not obstruct use of the playground space.
Got it. And then do you just put like a piece of paper, tape it to the
Correct.
table or whatever, picnic table?
Yeah, we do a public
It's in plastic, and it has your name. I just did this 2 weeks ago for my granddaughter.
There you go.
Thank you, Peggy. And it has your name, but more importantly, it has the time on it. So it makes it so much easier when you come to the park and you don't have to just look at those people that did have their things on the table. And I was able to say, in about 20 minutes, we're going to have 25 kids here. And it's very easy. And staff does come down and check to see how things are going. I've done this twice, and it's always been just really easy. And I did pack in and pack out. No pizza boxes were left at the park. But yeah, I think I walk through South Park at least once a day and on the weekends, and I would say there's almost always I shouldn't say it. There's a lot of gatherings, whether or not they are just showing up or not, but it is a great area with so many different tables all around the park. But yeah, the reservation system was easy.
And the public posting allows too to give us a public notice, so any visitors or residents that go to the park, they can see in advance that there's a reservation coming either that weekend or the next day. And I do echo your sentiments. Thank you, Commissioner Elman, that our team works very hard in planning those reservations, so there's minimal impact to the community.
Where's the public posting?
They're posted on the tables.
Oh, but like you don't.
Just like this
there
table
isn't
is
some-
reserved
like a-
on the date and time.
No, but like you don't put something online.
No, not
that
an
says
official
Monday
public
this-
notice.
Okay, so it's all kind of, they know what openings exist.
Correct. And that allows too what we call in the field indirect management. So the signage allows for people to know just not to occupy or use those tables. Some occasions we get called out from the renter that says, hey, there's people on my table that won't leave. Our staff will go out. But that rarely happens. Most of the time people will see the signage and they just move along and leave it alone.
Any other questions for Brian Anderson? All right, there's no one here, so I'm going to still open it for public comment and see if there's any virtual hands.
We have no virtual hands on public comment.
Okay, then I will close public comment and bring it back to the commission for discussion and or motion.
I think it's great.
I think the $100 fee is, I like it more than the 121 because 121 is kind of a huge jump right now. We can kind of phase into that, and I'd like to make a motion to increase the reservation fee to 100, and then update the park reservation policy for non-resident park reservations at a rate of 200 and the $29 application fee, and then adding Seaview Park and Fort Lots of Fun to the locations.
Did you also mean to include the $29 application fee for the resident?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll second that.
great.
I know. Yep.
Is yours coming up?
Not yet.
Oh, I thought it was my computer was slow. Cut and paste. I know, it was like a tongue twister.
Voting is now open. Voting is now closed. Motion carried 5-0.
Thanks, everyone. Moving on to item 10E, creation of an Olympics planning stakeholder group. Brian, I know.
All right, that is me again. We'll go ahead and pull up that presentation for you. All right. The next item is for commission consideration is creation of an Olympics planning stakeholder group. Next slide. Staff recommends the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission consider a recommendation to City Council for the creation of an LA 28 Olympic Games planning stakeholder group. Next slide. Some background on this item. Staff has engaged with community stakeholders to gather assistance, input, identify community needs, and inform the development of city initiatives. In preparation for the upcoming 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles, or better known as LA 28, staff has been actively involved with the LA 28 committee. This includes the LA County sporting events planning group in preparing for the LA 28 Olympic Games. These efforts are focused on activating Hermosa Beach to showcase the city's rich surfing and beach volleyball heritage while celebrating the Olympic athletes and the events associated with the Games. Next slide. Tasks. So the stakeholder group would assist staff in ensuring available resources and key stakeholders are connected with the city to coordinate any planning efforts and community activation opportunities that Hermosa Beach can vet out. Some of those items would include communications, planning, and logistics in coordination with staff with those community stakeholders as well as international parties. Identify potential partnerships and sponsorships opportunities to help support an activation in Hermosa Beach, as well as conduct research and share best practices of what other municipalities and cities are doing in LA County to activate their cities, and in conjunction with the IOC and LA 28. Next slide. The stakeholder group would comprise of staff from various departments, predominantly the Parks and Recreation, the commissioner chairperson or a commissioner designee of their choice, mayor or council member designee of their choice, a representative from the Hermosa Beach Chamber of Commerce and Visitors Bureau, and various representatives from various community organizations and businesses that are affiliated with USA Beach Volleyball and surfing. Next slide. I believe that ends staff's verbal report.
Thank you. Any questions for Brian?
This sounds kind of abstract. What exactly would this be, like the activation? Can you give me an example or?
Perfect example is think the LA Rams draft party and the LA Galaxy soccer celebration, which was recently took place a couple of weeks ago. We're looking to activate the beach and downtown area for various couple days, a week, in celebration of the Olympic Games. Anything and that you can think of, potential ideas floating around, or viewing parties, vendor booths, clinics and camps with nonprofit partners, meet and greet with Olympic and professional athletes and autograph signings, vendor giveaways, vendor sales, merchandise, and live concerts, all the above. So all that is going to take a significant amount of fiscal and monetary and hard resources to accomplish. So a stakeholder group is essentially going to help us make this vision a reality.
So are you looking to draw people to Hermosa Beach, or is it for residents as well, or?
A lot of it is based on tourism. The Olympics brings in a variety of visitation from all over the world, as we know. It's going to be an increase of tourism, which inherently brings business opportunities, financial revenue opportunities for local businesses, for our tourism increases, for our hotels and tourism, as well as people visiting the beaches, and then they're likely to attend the events. They're going to shop around, spend money in Hermosa Beach, spend time. So the economic benefit as well as the community benefit, really partnering up with agencies to celebrate our rich volleyball and surfing culture. We have the Surfers Walk of Fame, as public members mentioned during the volleyball item. USA Volleyball Hub is here. We've already been in contact with some dignitaries and delegates that they're going to plan on training in Hermosa Beach, so we'll be working alongside those. We want to showcase the Olympic athletes, the games, as well as hopefully bring a community and economic benefit to Hermosa Beach.
Okay, great, thank you.
Todd.
Elka stole my biggest question, but I guess one question is just thinking about the alternatives. What are the consequences of not forming such a group?
That's a great question. It would just provide more staff resources, honestly, for us to take on all of the work ourselves, to vet out sponsorships for financial support. An event of this vision and caliber will require a lot of money. And the city council has tough decisions to make on where city funds are being allocated. So in order to accomplish such a vision, we would need key stakeholders that are willing to help us get those sponsorship dollars, as well as their physical resources and infrastructure resources and clinical resources and just overall networks. You know, we would love to invite, like the WSL, the World Surf League, to be a part of our event. Myself, as a recreation manager, doesn't have a contact for that, but one of our key stakeholders might. And so really vetting out that process, and instead of them doing it on like a impromptu rogue approach, and we're just kind of formalizing those communications so we're all in tune to what's happening, what are the developments, and overall just make planning a little easier for us so we're not spending so much time. As you know, we have an immense amount of projects on our plate. Great question.
I think this is just great that we're thinking ahead. There are so many people. I mean, Eric Fanana lives right down the street. Carrie Walsh, all of these athletes that people, even though if they're, we don't know who's going to be in the Olympics, although Eric, okay, maybe not, like a little old. But I do think that this is the perfect time to look at what our options are, and you won't know unless you get people together with other strengths and creative ideas. So my hat's off to it. I think it's a great idea. And we've already proven with the Rams and LA Galaxy that there is a place here for this and that we can handle it. So yeah, I couldn't be more excited. So thank you very much for thinking ahead.
Tom?
Yeah, no, it's a great idea.
Yeah, there's no.
There's still questions.
Yeah, questions.
I just, is this going to be for the entire length of the Olympic Games, or is there just like a week window, or what are you thinking timing-wise?
That's still yet to be determined. I don't want to commit to anything without, engaging our stakeholders, engaging the LA 28 committee. Right now, we're envisioning anything between 3 to 7 days.
There aren't any questions. We'll open it to public comment. Seeing still no one. Any virtual hands raised, Mari?
No virtual hands raised.
Okay. This is so exciting. You guys should be riveted.
We should have put this item first.
Should have been first. This is so good. I'm going to close public comment. This was such a fantastic idea. I don't remember if it was our commission meeting or if it was a city council meeting, but I heard somebody speak on the idea of the city activating all the resources and the talent that we have to be able to create something. And I just think it's timely, it's smart. I think the residents will like it. I think it'll draw tourism and dollars in and should take advantage of everything that we have here. So I think it's a great idea.
Well, who wants to be on it?
Me.
I do too, but who else?
Can we have two?
The proposal is that it stays with the chair, unless the chair wants to have somebody substitute.
Oh, good timing.
Can we have two, like a subcommittee-ish?
The idea was not to create a subcommittee.
Not a subcommittee, I said ish.
Yeah, it would be just a stakeholder group.
You win.
I felt bad.
Oh, don't feel bad. The next person will be.
But that doesn't mean as part of this process, we can't engage our other commissioners as part of the resource efforts and helping us move along this project.
I appreciate that about you very much.
And this will likely bring reoccurring updates to the commission as well. So you'll have a time to hear what the progress is and ask
Provide
questions
input
or
and-
provide input at those times as well.
Okay.
All right, I move that we recommend City Council create an LA 28 Olympic Games planning stakeholder group with the objective of driving visitors, tourism, and commerce in Hermosa Beach while celebrating our sporting heritage as appropriate.
I'll
in the
second.
games.
Voting is now open.
All right.
Voting is now closed. Motion carried 5-0.
Oh, it's so good. All right, item 11, future agenda items.
All right, we'll go ahead and load up that slide for you all.
While it's loading, if I could.
Yeah, I can go ahead and start jumping into
No,
this.
I was just going to say, remind you that we're going to put the volleyball court use policy back on our September 1st.
Yes, it's going to be a robust meeting in September.
Yes.
Actually, it won't be that bad.
Oh.
The special events policy, the calendar will be much faster than usual.
Yeah.
It just won't be that bad.
Okay, this item is to review the current future agenda items. Next slide, please. As mentioned, providing access to the pool for the community was a city council direction of new items to be reviewed by the commission. This was directed on June 23rd, 2025. There is no update to this matter. I do know that city staff are trying to get into a comfortable place with the Bark for the Park proposal for a dog park in Hermosa Beach. So that way, if that project moves to phase 2, where they're taking on a grunt of the comprehensive feasibility study, then we could start reverting our attention to some of these items, such as the pool. And then tentatively for the September action items for commission consideration, we have currently the consideration of an update to the field reservation policy and rates that will come to you next month in September. We have the consideration and creation of an aquatic subcommittee to start tackling efforts on the pool for a community proposal. Then we have the 2027 special events calendar for approval of all dates. We have the updates to the Memorial Bench program, which would be a collaborative effort presented by our Public Works team for a new application that we have received. And then potentially we have the consideration of the weddings on the beach permit program. That may be pushed to the October meeting pending because of our focus on reallocating continuation of the volleyball court use policy. And next slide, I think that might be it, but is there a next slide? Yes, there is. Current subcommittee list and scope of work. So the current subcommittees here, as we mentioned in today's item, the volleyball court use policy, which is actively and will be engaged in this next month. We have the youth program subcommittee with Commissioner Maroney and Commissioner Warner. And then we have the dog park subcommittee, which I mentioned with Commissioner Elman and Commissioner Warner. That item recently went to City Council. So provide an update on that. I guess I can give an update on that now. That the MOU for the dog park to enter into a comprehensive feasibility study was approved for both locations, Greenbelt and Valley Park East, with the added amendment of adding a 10% contingency approval for direct costs, which amounts to a cap of $14,000 for direct costs, staff time associated with that project. But council did approve that staff has the authority to enter into renegotiation if that cap is met, meaning we still have more staff resources that we have to allocate to the project and that cap is reached. And the next item was the ballot measure item to add the green belt on the November ballot measure for public voting consideration if they would like to allow dogs off the leash on a section of the green belt between Pier Avenue and 11th Street. That item was received and filed and was not, so subsequently not approved. So it will not be going on this year's ballot. So that's the update on the dog park subcommittee. We are awaiting the MOU to be signed and executed. Is there another slide, Peggy? That's it. Now it ends the future agenda item slide.
I have a quick question on the update to field reservation. Is that Clark Field?
Clark Field is a part of the field reservations. We also do field reservations at Valley Park.
Any other questions? Can I ask other issues?
I'm not sure how much detail I can go into, but you can
That's
try.
fine.
Yeah.
Do you have an update on the pickleball courts, where we are with it?
Yes, absolutely. I was informed on Monday from yesterday. It felt like so long ago. This has been a long night. I was informed by the Public Works team that this week the project started with the resurfacing of the pickleball courts. So they are conducting the resurfacing this week. Once the resurfacing is completed, there is a set time of a few weeks. I don't have the exact number in front of me for it to set and cure before they can lay out the final lines, and get the facility ready for opening. Today, we have been told that the facility will be ready to go by the end of August. Okay. So nothing has changed in that timeline, and we will bring an update in September if that timeline has changed from now and then, but that is the expectation as of today.
Okay. Do we have an update on concerts and movies on the beach?
I do not have an update other than the dates are solidified, and there will be a concert on the beach. There will be movies on the beach on the dates allocated on the special events calendar. I don't have an update to when the announcement of the talent in the movie selection, but it's coming very soon.
Okay, because it's getting very, very late.
It's coming very soon.
Okay. And my last question is, I'm still looking for some attention to Clark Field, to the southwest corner, which is just a dumping ground. And I just think we're bad neighbors to the residents and to anybody that walks through Clark Field. Is that something that you could put on your list, or we could look at something?
It's on the list. We've had several conversations with the Public Works Department. They're overseeing the supplies and materials that are being stored there. A lot of that's storage of supplies that are used to perform maintenance on the greenbelt, as well as our park infield, dirt, etc. They are aware of the concerns.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, so are there any updates on the youth program subcommittee? Progress made? Meetings held? Anything?
Which one? I'm sorry.
Youth program subcommittee?
We have a meeting in September, our third meeting. I think it's September 5th, maybe?
Yep.
The third and last meeting is in September. We expect the group to make their recommendation that will then be brought to us.
And then you had mentioned during the discussion of volleyball that there already is a future agenda item for modifying the outdoor fitness permit program to potentially use residential courts. Was I misunderstanding what you said there?
Yes, so whenever we're complete review of the volleyball court use policy to City Council, we will be bringing the modification for the outdoor fitness permit program, as well as the public hearing item to consider revising the, if supported, the for compensation removal out of the municipal code.
Okay, I guess just kind of relative to all that, I would appreciate it, and I guess the public would too, if all known future agenda items for our commission were provided, not just the ones expected at the next meeting. It would be nice just as a check so that we could be aware of these things that are still kind of out there in various stages.
I can pass that along to Director Nichols. I can just say why we only state the upcoming month is because we don't want to give false pretense or hope that this item is going to come at this time frame when sometimes staff priorities get reallocated and then we're not able to achieve that. But the goal is subsequently, once the core use policy has completed the first initial review, that we would bring those outdoor fitness updates.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see what's tentative September. Whatever's beyond that is just at least nice to have a list that know that, okay, there's a list of other things that are possibly coming in the future that we've agreed are a future agenda item, I should say, or that have come down or whatever.
Yeah, and that's not a future agenda item necessarily that commission or council directed. That's just something that staff has elected. But I can pass along your request to Director Nichols.
All right, great, thank you. Are you going to give the Parks and Rec Director report? I will. Thank you, I figured you would.
All right, so we can go ahead and pull up that slide addressing agenda item number 12, the Parks and Recreation Director Report. I'll provide the presentation on behalf of Director Nichols and staff. Next slide, please. Update to our rec software is now live. Any residents or non-residents, I guess, had visited the city website in the past 36 hours. We are now live with our new recreation software, Rec US. I have that total here somewhere, just one second. Since the program started yesterday, our department has generated $56,540 in transactions in the last 36 hours. We have processed a multitude of applications for the theater and room reservations, facility reservations, special event reservations, et cetera. But that's exciting years. We've heard nothing but positive feedback thus far of how efficient and streamlined the process is, how quick and easy the booking systems are. I would say from an administrative side, it has been so much easier to even do the simplest reservations. Now we're eliminating hard copy applications and scanning documents and uploading physical documents. Now we're just clicking a couple buttons and the reservation's made. Accounts are created in less than 30 seconds. And I give thanks and gratitude to our staff who've been working diligently at that front counter. Peggy, our recreation specialist, has been working diligently with our senior population on getting them up to date with downloading the app, getting their QR code, getting their user profile created. But so far, so good. Obviously, with any new software, there'll be some bumps in the road, and we'll address them. We had the software engineer, not the engineer, but our contact for the contract on site yesterday all day, navigating any questions or troubleshooting any issues that we may arise from. But so far, so good. And it's a lot more appealing from the front end interfacing.
It's great.
Peggy, will you help me?
Next slide. And then new Hermosa 5.0 brochure. Again, accolades to our recreation specialist, Peggy. who has created a new brochure that gives more of a viewing pleasure and excitement, navigation through all of our offerings in the Hermosa 5.0 Center. So if anybody in the public is interested, the brochure is available on the city website at hermosabeach.gov/recreation. And we encourage everyone to come visit our Seniors Activity Center for a tour and learn more. Next slide. Clark Field maintenance, so an update to the public and for commission. The Clark Field is scheduled to be closed on August 6th through Labor Day weekend for our annual reseeding. This is typically a 5 to 6 week cycle of reseeding for the area to allow for regrowth for the grass facility. Next slide. We also missed night out.
Yeah.
Tim was tonight.
National Night Out with the police department tonight, unfortunately, but
I missed every single one.
that is all of our director updates.
Thank you very much. Any questions on this? All right, that'll move us to item lucky number 13. Thank you all for a really productive marathon meeting, and I adjourn Parks and Rec Commission to our September 1st meeting.
Love is a lesson that